Is that better? Yeah, okay. I don't know what the hell that was about. Sorry, guys. Good morning. If you guys get a chance and you can drop a like, that helps us out. Helps us get seen. Ugh, I am super tired today. I woke up like 20 minutes ago and I had to put the Reddit post together, make coffee. Let there be sound. Yeah, me either. How's everyone doing today? There's no sound in space. You guys are great. Thank you, Smoother. Appreciate the donation, man. Greetings from here. What's it gonna do today? Well, actually, we're gonna talk about that in a second. I figured I'll wait for a couple more people to get in here so I don't have to do it twice. So right now, just saying good morning, having some coffee. We got like 28 minutes till the market opens, so I'm not in a huge rush. I know you guys want all that sweet, sweet stock info right off the bat. I will tell you that we closed only $318.50 down from our all time high. And if that's not bullish, I don't know what is. Just Daxter has some pretty good predictions for the day. Yeah, I need to like repickle over the weekend. I'm gonna get some Epsom salt, some roasted garlic, just chuck all that in my bathtub. Dill, fresh dill, and then I'm gonna just hang out in there, get ready for my OnlyFans for the weekend. You guys didn't sell yesterday when it squoze at 169. No, unfortunately not. I think a lot of people missed the window. Yeah, is anyone else having issues with the volume? Just let me know. I can bring it up a notch. Shouldn't be, but after I wonder if it reset any of my other settings. Here, I'll raise the like gain a little bit. Cool. So how many people we have in here right now? Let's see. Uh, I'll wait till we get around like 200, and I'll let everyone know what's going on. As more and more people filter in. Good morning, all. I see you all there. Without doing like 900 individual shout outs. Can you raise the gain on the stock too, please? I'm working on it, man. One thing at a time, Rob O'Neill. All right. It's very, very pushy. Yes. Good morning, Dillionaires. How are we all doing today? Subreddit's blown up, which is neat. ASMR Friday. That's you wish. No, that's not something we're doing. I need to turn this light down. I don't care if you guys can't see me. It's actually blinding me right now. Ready to tickle the view up. We're tickling it right now. So I suspect, given the price action through the night, we tested. I think we kind of went for another test of like 170 here, but failed. They applied a ton. Just so you guys know, they applied a ton of like short pressure right at the bell. I guess not like a ton, but like 10,000 volume and short pressure right at the closing bell. And then the stock just bounced right back off of that. So I think their goal, and it's continuing, is to keep us below 162.50 and try to drive us down towards that max pain today at 155. And so I think if we can cross over VWAP on open and make our way back to retest 170, we're in a pretty good spot for the day. We're broken out of the top part of that wedge on the 4-hour. We broke to the upside, like very nice breakout, pretty much like right on the peak of the wedge. I know I'm amazing at this stuff. You don't have to tell me. We had about 8 million volume yesterday, which is I think a high for the last 2 weeks, maybe 3. And then what else? This morning's looking good too. The pre-market. If someone wants to fill me in on Fidelity volume right now, just because like the WeBull pre-market volume sucks. Dogecoin bounced back in the middle of the night, as did Bitcoin. AMC coming back, trading at like 1350 right now. I don't know what the hell's going on with that, but GME, no, SPY. SPY's also kind of making its way back overnight. Trading right now at like 113.07. So if I still think the SPY is being like kind of artificially floated. It gapped up last night, so I expect it to gap down probably in the early hours of today, like before noon. And that will drag us down. So hopefully whatever price increase we're going to make for the day, we make it sooner rather than later. They are, so there was a couple posts around Reddit I saw last night where a bunch of retail investors are getting margin called, which kind of seems like the first 54.1K on Fidelity. Yeah, okay. So pretty high pre-market volume for right now. I mean, compared to like the last couple weeks. We'll see how that picks up going into the opening bell, especially like the last 15 minutes of pre-market. They've been margin calling retail investors. If you get a margin call, like, and you're like on margin, don't overreact. Make sure you get in touch with your broker. Just like, it kind of reminds me of what happened with like that guy Alex Kearns last year. You know, no positions like worth your life. Just remember that. Like, it's in the end, it's just money. Like, you can owe them whatever money you owe them forever. It's just like not paying credit card debt. Like, don't they can't come after you or take your things or anything like that. It's not gonna ruin your life. So everyone just relax. And like, if you do need help or you're feeling like you're in a position like that, there's you can reach out to the NSPL, right? At 1-800-273-8255, and they're available 24 hours a day. Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's just money. It's not worth your life. So if this happens to any of you, I would feel awful if I didn't kind of give a heads up, and something terrible were to happen. You think we'll see a drop back to around 155? So sorry if I missed any of your questions during that. I just had to like kind of do the whole speech there. Yeah, you can reach out to any of us if you don't feel comfortable with that. Like, you can reach out on our Tillionaires. You can reach out on Super Stunk. Like, we're all here for each other. My biggest issue is most of these margin calls don't seem to be legitimate, which means they're targeting people that probably don't understand margin calls. And so That's really what the fear is. I think anybody who like expects to be margin called kind of expects it, and they know what to happen. Yeah, debt can always be repaid, or you can file bankruptcy and just not pay it back. That's an option too. This is America. Yeah, and no quitting your jobs. I know it's funny, and you guys like to make fun of me, but don't quit your jobs until it's over. Some like grandfatherly advice, right? Don't quit your jobs till you have a new one. And if your new job is handling your now newfound fortune, that's a job. Quit my job in January. Well, all right, Josh. 45K available on iBorrow. Okay, so down what, 200,000 from last night, or 165,000, 155,000. I don't remember what the value was last night. I'll take a look. We're looking good on TTM squeeze, by the way. Both Bollinger Bands, top and bottom, are now inside the Keltner channels. Yeah, so it looks like they borrowed 155,000 shares at 9 a.m. So you can expect them to try to use those to push us back down towards max pain. As we've seen this tactic play out 100 times. Or at least, like, intraday, they'll attempt to get us down to max pain. Not to say that we can't bounce back out of that, or the buy pressure won't be too high. But, like, at some point, they'll want us at max pain so they can close options positions. Gamma ramp. Let's take a look. So we got 3,300 calls at 160 that went into the money yesterday. Once looks like we got 165, 170, 175, 180, decent volume, 190, 200, absolutely insane volume. Not a lot at like 210, 220. So if we ramp, we'd kind of have to figure out. I mean, I'm sure option volume will come in. Like once we hit 180, I'm sure if we hit 180, I'm sure option volume will come in at like 210 and 220. But right now, like we would kind of just ramp up to 200. What do you think a dip would be? Is it worth grabbing some shares? So historically, they short us when we open. Kyotian. So you can look for dips below that 162 resistance if the market comes down. So this is a note. If if the market comes down hard today, which I suspect it will because it gapped up last night, I think we could see the market return to like 410, maybe even hitting like 407 again. If it comes down hard. If that happens and we are already like at resistance, that will drag us down. So you can see us dropping below 162.50 at that point if we haven't broken higher resistance levels by then. Max pain is essentially the price at which the most options contracts expire out of the money. So that's the price at which the market makers make the most profit. Sold my 160 call for 750 profit yesterday. Then bought a 200 call expiring for today, 160. I sold my 60. Okay. Then bought a 200 call expiring today for 160. Oh, I see. So you have a 0 DTE option. Just so you guys know, when you buy 0 days to expiry options, like by like 4 o'clock, the theta will have eaten the entire value of the option. So like the stock, it's really a lottery ticket. Like the stock really, really has to run for you to make good money on them. But if we run, you should see some profits on that 200 call. Look for that. Look for like a run to the upside and increased implied volatility on that, Josh. Interesting volume on AMC. Not financial advice, just something to look out for. If you cover the price, it's really common, Triskelion, for AMC to just have infinitely more volume than us. This is like nothing unusual. Which calls would be hedged already? They hedge them more and more the closer they get to the money. So like the further towards the upside we get from max pain, like every like $5 increment above max pain, they'll have to hedge more calls essentially. They still don't I think they still don't hedge like all of it unless it's deep in the money because they don't expect you to exercise. But they do hedge like more and more as the price increases and the stock becomes in the money and then deeper in the money. Yeah, I heard that yesterday too. Apparently Binance is under investigation by the Justice Department and the IRS. That's the platform that I used to use to day trade crypto, but it's been about a year since I've used them. I never personally had any problems with them, but I'm sure that the issues they're having are not with their reliability and more with like money laundering and stuff, given the Justice Department's involvement. I don't know anything about it, though. You'd have to do your own research. Yeah, I found Coinbase to be less flexible, especially like because like day trading altcoins, like if you can like see when the pump and dumps are going to happen on them, there's a lot of money to be made off the people trying to rip people off. Might want to link the sub in your description. Oh yeah, I should probably add our sub. Can I do that live? Yes, I can. Okay. Let me get that in there before the day starts. There. That should be updated now. Let me know if that link works, guys, if anyone gets a chance. My research is your research. Well, if you're trusting random strangers on the internet for your financial research, Jason and Kirsten, that's silly. I got permabanned from our billionaires yesterday. Good job, CP. How'd you pull that off? Were you Zen? Because that'll do it. Keeping me sane and happy with Gherkinit and the billionaires. Thank you so much, anonymous donor. Very much appreciated. As always, guys, I love the donations, but a like and a subscribe are more than enough to show your support. Investigated for potentially being involved to help. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's always money laundering when it comes to crypto. Biden's like all in on financial transparency right now. But you're not a stranger, you're our friend. Thank you guys. I appreciate that, no ops. No, I don't even, honestly, I'm not even sure who the moderator is. It's not me. So I couldn't tell you, CP. Just get in touch with the mod team. I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure you can get that, like, fixed. Who knows, Vody? I'm not going to try to figure out why the Justice Department is investigating Binance. Thankfully, I don't have any coin in there, so I don't care. You Yaz. Yeah, but like I don't know who that is in here. Real flash. Zakin made 400% on the 150 calls. Let's get this bitch north of 200 and gamma this mofo. Absolutely, Zakin. Thank you so much for the donation, man. I love to hear you guys are making money. That's great. Just because you're buying and hodling doesn't mean that there's not money to be made. I guess so for now. I'll try to figure out who the mod is and get you like unbanned, CP. I'm sorry that happened. I'll try to like get in touch with them afterwards. Awesome. Yeah, I highly suggest everyone does that if you get a chance. Check out my exit DD over on the Video DD channel. If you want more information, you can check out my Reddit profile for the full post. I'll actually pin it right now to my profile so everybody can find it a little more easily. It's in here somewhere. Was it before Cinco de Mayo? Yeah, it was. Oh, here we go. All right. So I'll pin that to my profile for everyone who wants to take a look at it on Reddit and get like a more in-depth view. Swap to GME. We're not open yet. Calm down. Nothing exciting is going to happen in the pre-market. We feel like 60K volume or something right now. We're gonna be a-okay. All the salt I've never had. That's awesome, Austin. So yeah, I pinned that exit DD to my profile. So if anyone wants to check out like the text version, it's a little more in depth than the video. But like, please sir, can I have some MOAS said? You know, try to get a plan, try to write it down. That, you know, it's really going to help you psychologically going into this, as you know, our price levels start increasing and we move closer and closer to like that point of no return. Just make sure you're prepared. That's why I made the video. That's why I made the posts. I want to make sure that everybody has their own exit strategy in mind and that it's properly planned. So winging it is just bad. Absolutely, Jonathan. At least if like, I think there's some studies that prove that like if you write your goals down, you're more likely to achieve them. So I think it's really advisable to write down your exit strategy and like what your plan is. Not financial advice, just good study habits. Did I leave the Discord muted again? No, the Discord's not muted. Oh, you know what? It's like got the wrong. For some reason, my computer like didn't pick up my microphone this morning, I guess. Some sort of driver issue. Hold on. Settings. Input device. There we go. Can you guys hear me now? I hope so. Sorry about that. Discord wasn't picking up my microphone. We're all here. Trading at 161.60 right now. Hedgie's trying to mute the Kirk. I don't know about that, but yeah, I definitely had some weird technical issues this morning. I'm not sure why that happened. I had a Windows update last night, so who knows what's wrong with my computer now. Be writing down if you have no idea how high the price can get. Your plan for like exiting, you don't have to use like if you read the DD or watch the video, you don't need to use price points to plan an exit. I think using price targets is like a mistake. And what's your exit strat? Similar to the one that I posted about, my exit strat isn't any different. And actually, it's actually beneficial to have lots of people using the same exit strategy, because everyone's gonna, you know, try to exit at the same points, which means that the price will be more stable. So it's actually like the more people that use a similar exit strategy to me or Warden, like the better for everyone using that exit strategy. Yeah, unless you have Robinhood, which means they might plan your exit strategy for you. But too late for that now. I guess you'll have to sue them if that's the case. They shouldn't. They should. If you're not on margin, they shouldn't be selling your positions. But they will sell your options on Fridays. Be aware of that. My exit strategy. Video on exit strategy. Take it as June. AMC is doing okay the last few days when the rest of the market was going down. So I hope it carries on. Yeah, I agree with Eurogorilla there. We've been doing pretty okay. We're up 15%, guys. We're only down $318 from our all-time high. So that's bullish, right? So go to the playlist and give it a thumbs up. Cost can squeeze, like, cost can squeeze really hard. The issue with cost is that there's no, like, because their float is so small, liquidity can be a problem. And also, like, so they're going to use those shorts to try to bring us down as we come into the opening bell, guys. Looks like there's a little bit of a fight, though. Ding, by the way. The market is now open. So it looks like they shorted here, but barely ended it up, like net negative was minimal. But we're gonna see those shorts come in that were borrowed. Their goal is to get us below 157 and try to keep us there for the rest of the day. Just be aware of that. I think you can turn off the auto execute, or you can call them or something, Clarkish, but I'm not sure. I don't really. I've never held an option on Friday on Robinhood because I just assume they'll sell it out from under me. I know it happened to Warden one day, and that was kind of funny. I mean, I guess it wasn't funny. He lost some money, but he was able to like buy back for the next week. You were live. Had to check the video even existed. Really? That's weird. I mean, I'm definitely live. Yeah. I don't know why it's doing that. Weird. I've heard other streamers like say that's happening to them. I wouldn't like worry about it too much. I'll refresh the stream page though. So hopefully that fixes any issues we're having. As always, if you guys could drop a like, it just helps more people see the channel. It helps me. That's a nice thing to do. And if you want more content, subscribe. I'll probably do another DD this weekend. Maybe not as in depth. We'll see. We'll see if I end up down any rabbit holes when I'm doing research. It's usually what happens is I start off and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna do like a short, sweet, and to the point, like technical DD for the week, and just cover like some indicators and stuff. And then like I end up finding some other corrupt nonsense and diving into 12-hour long rabbit holes where I research them. Yeah, if it squeezes, it has less paper hand potential than pretty much any of the other like squeeze targets. But I don't think it's so the family like that started the company owns like the majority of the stock, like by a lot. Like they own way, way, way more than the float. And so like when it gets and they're not like insiders, right? They're just like private entities that own the stock. And so like when it gets high, they sell. They sold some back in January, which is what ended the squeeze. What's the resistance at now? 162.50. Thank you, PJ. I mean, again, I hope nobody loses their life over GameStop. That would be silly. But we're out of the wedge. Looks like we're consolidating, and we have like obviously a lot more room for uptrend at this point. We'll see. We're actually holding above VWAP right now. So, thank you so much for writing that up, Secure. I really appreciate that. Support's 157 as always. Support is always 157. Hello, Cardi VWAP. Good morning. Pickle Master. It's too early for that. Hey, I gotta get you guys excited for the day, right? Sploosh. I think we're all tired of living the broke life. But we're old poor. We can do it for a long time. Party like a VWAP party. Yeah. GME falls after its last dead cat bounce. This just in from CNBC. The difference is, just in case you do see any dead cat bounce articles, because they do like to write those. Dead cat bounces don't look like this on a log chart. Like dead cat bounces, like the stock would have gone like this, and then like this, and then kind of just petered out, right? They don't they don't hold like a high level, right? They dip significantly. We haven't really seen like a return to pre-January prices, as you can see. Trading at 158.99 right now. Short pressure is on. Almost half a mil traded though. 6 minutes in. Didn't know our dead cats made a flubber. No pickle pen? Oh, sorry guys. The pickle crayons were. You know what? OBS really just doesn't like me today. I'll go back to it and show you guys again. I don't mind. So like, dead cat bounces. If you look at them like historically, they return to like the previous like lows. So you'd like go down there like below 10 and then bounce and then bounce. Like that would be a dead cat bounce. But they're not like they don't stay up and then consolidate, right? So any articles you see on that are just bullshit, frankly. Significance of the 157 line. Yeah, so about 2 weeks ago, GameStop diluted 3.5 million shares onto the open market at a cost basis of $157, which means that is like the institutional buy-in price. Someone had to have bought those shares, right? And so if we're selling, it's just like it's kind of has to do with like the supply and demand and like market price, right? Like so if you have lobsters and you sell a bunch of lobsters at $35, like, and the next guy's like, oh, I'll give you $24 for a lobster, you're gonna be like, no, they're 35, right? So similar to that. And so that's why 157 is such a strong support line. $5K more borrowed. All right, cool. So down to 40,000. Looks desperate. How's Fidelity shares to borrow? Does anybody have that info available right now? Oh, okay, Fidelity at 108K down 3K. So that's just day traders. If it's like a borrow less than 10K, just assume it's day traders. I mean, you could just say that all articles about GME are BS. Early start to cooking with pickle. Really? I'm pretty jacked. I don't think I need a DFE tweet right now. I mean, we were up almost 14% yesterday. I don't know if anybody saw that happen, but I did. Can I turn the volume up? No. Probably not. It's up pretty loud right now. If I turn it up anymore, it's going to start to get, like, really noisy. I already turned it up a little bit this morning for on. Sorry. Why is it not going up? Well, they're trying to push us below 157 to maintain max pain, which I assumed would happen today, and that's kind of why like I moved out of those options. One of the reasons I wanted to move out of those options positions yesterday was because like I knew max pain was here at 155, and so like I knew if I waited till today that it could be a struggle between like 157 and 162. 2.5 million volume? Where? We just have 5 million volume. Or 500,000. Sorry. If you want to go, I don't really want to go into it right now, KO in the Haven, but if you go on like Investopedia, they have like an article about Heikinashi candles and like how they work. Essentially, I like the way they show price action, but it's just like a visual cue, right? Like, it's kind of hard to explain why exactly I like them. It's more of like a preference, I think. But I've in testing I've done better with them, and so that's why I use them. Thank you so much. The username I wanted. I think Bruce does, but I think Bruce is. I think he understands, right? But I think he's very careful with what he says. Anybody who's worked in finance for like a really long time, they're like pretty trepidatious about like talking to the public at large. And then also like it benefits like bigger streamers to be less transparent because they can appeal to more bias that way. Like if they don't talk about the things they know, then like more people are happy, I guess. We're not about making people happy in here. We're about saltiness and frustration, boiling anger, and jacked titties. Who's doing politics secure? Can't turn the stock volume up. No. Yeah, no politics, please, guys. This is a channel about making money. I don't care what your political views are. The only politics we'll talk about is the politics that directly affect the financial market. Like when that dipstick chairman of the Fed decides to open his mouth and ruin the stock market once a week. Hagen Moshi. Yeah, once you use them a little bit, they're a lot easier to predict trends with, just because of the way they present the data. That's all that really changes when you change your candlesticks around, is like the way you're seeing the data presented. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I don't like Andrew Momeney for the same reasons, so it's like I don't watch him for those reasons. I think he's like a great like jumping off point for people who just have absolutely no idea what's going on in the market. And like for that, I mean, obviously like we're all grateful that he's like introduced so many people, like so many people in the public to GME. But then like it gets a bit choppy. Like once they kind of know what's going on, then I think they like move on from him to like slightly more advanced channels. And we're the, I think like of the financial channels, we're like on the one of the upper level ones. Maybe also like that German guy that does like Elliott wave stuff. He's pretty technical. Nice, secure. That's a pretty good feeling if you caught. I mean, I told everybody like we could see that dip down to 157. So I'm gonna update Reddit real quick and just let them know what's going on. Our volume count right now. Sorry, just updating Reddit real quick, guys. If you haven't gotten a chance, feel free to use this time to drop a like. It helps the channel out. And if you want to see more of our content, I'm going to have some video DD coming out this weekend. Drop a subscribe so you know when that's available. About 700,000. Okay. Oh, and we have 155K. 65. All right, cool. Awesome. They're all updated over there, and I'm back. Max Payne's 155 this week. Spy's looking good. Yeah. I still think it can gap down. Although, I wonder if it's filling a gap on that gap up. It could be filling this. Like that gap, that overnight gap up might be filling this decline from earlier. So if we're going to see weakness, we might not see it until after like 415. After like the 415 price point. But hopefully we're just going to run up with the market. Crypto is looking a lot better today. VIX is going to drop as the market climbs. I asked if you're a company and can sell 43 million shares, wouldn't you wait until the stock price goes high? Well, then why did they only sell at only 14? This was not their cost average at 14? I don't think so. It was lower than that for AMC, if that's what you're talking about, always holding. They should have waited, but I don't think they have a lot of faith that the stock will get that high, so they sold at a lower price point. Remember, their board has like agreements in place, or had an agreement in place to issue 50 million shares, I think. So they still have like 7 million more they can dump. So it's like shorts can't F with the stock. Yeah, I mean, we didn't even have a lot of volume yesterday, but like once the shorts are really like so like me and kind of Warden both figured that the end of that wedge is kind of the break point, where like the short value no longer affects the price of the stock to a degree that matters. And like so as you're seeing like this steady increase in value on low volume, I think that's going to continue for a little while until like FOMO kicks in. So like if we hit any of those gamma ramp targets I was talking about earlier, where like we'll start to see that the delta hedging come in from the market makers, increase the price, like we can start to see some FOMO around that point. You want to see the recording of the program that was live reporting Wall Street when it crashed in 2008? Shows how the MSM works. No, I didn't get a chance to see that, but I'll check it out later. It sounds interesting. Pickle citing Warden's work as usual. I'm just saying, like, I think we both came to that conclusion separately. Short interest loop that's been circulating. I read some of it. Amen. I don't think it has that much validity. I don't think I read the whole thing because I got to like a certain part of it and the facts started to break away from reality, and then I just stopped reading it entirely. 1%, fidelity shows 0.75. Yeah. How is the whole Citadel is the main lender? I don't know if Citadel is the main lender of the short shares. And if they are, like, they're making a lot of money. They would also have to be like loaning them in lieu of one of the other like institutional holders. I don't so I don't know if they've noticed yet, right? Or like or some of them know and some don't. I mean, I'd assume like the intelligent thing would be to try to be like the first one to cover. Like that I think that'll be the scramble, is to be like the first one to cover the position. Just word to know you're locked into it, sweet the cat. One's 13S. I could check Whale Wisdom right now. They come out every day. So let me see if there's any like notable changes. Everything looks the same right now. So no new 13F information. If you guys want to check that, you can check on whalewisdom.com. It's kind of like a retail Bloomberg terminal. I think they have like a paid service, but I don't know what it costs. I think it's pretty cheap. Why would AMC sell 50 million shares if they think it's going to squeeze? Because they don't think it's going to squeeze. Always hold in. Also, they just want to raise capital and pay themselves bonuses. The same thing happened in January. Like as AMC started to squeeze, they sold like 200 million shares onto the open market and tanked the squeeze. AMC, I don't think AMC's like leadership. I mean, they were like majority owned by this Chinese company who pulled out like back in March, and I don't think their leadership has like a lot of faith in the continuation of the company. And so they're just like essentially stealing money from shareholders in order to pay themselves bonuses while the company goes under. I mean, that's my like bear case on it. Yeah, I don't think they believed there was a potential for this for a squeeze. I mean, given the size of the float, like generally, if you have a huge float like that, it's really hard for a squeeze to pan out. Like usually squeezes only happen on like smaller cap stocks. Yeah, I mean, well, like think about it. Like short squeezes in no way benefit the company, generally speaking. So like they're not going to make money on a short squeeze because they're insiders, right? And they can't sell without notice. They have to give like a notice so many days in advance of selling any stock. Yeah, the float's absolutely absurd on AMC. Now it's even higher. It's like 500 million shares almost now, because this number doesn't reflect the 47 million or whatever, 43 million they sold yesterday, like are completed selling yesterday. And I'm pretty sure that their board agreement allows them to sell 50 million shares. So maybe they'll wait for like increased price action and then sell the other 7 million. Yeah, AMC, I really do believe is like one of the cases where like the shorts aren't wrong, you know? Like there's a lot of businesses where the shorts are like predatorily shorting the business into obsolescence. But AMC, I don't think is that's the case. I think like they just have a good thesis and they're shorting the stock because of that. As you know, these people will short for years, right? Like, I mean, they started shorting GameStop in 2015 or 14. I'm so Adam Aaron has my back. I'm just here for the pickle talk. I don't even own stocks. That's awesome, Sploosh Neely. Yeah, we have like a few viewers that just don't even own stocks. They're just here to hang out. That's cool. You don't have to be you don't have to be invested in the stock market to have a good time in this channel. I just see people like freaking out about AMC, which is going to happen probably throughout the day as more and more people realize what a share dilution means. I mean, you can actually, mountains to the moon, you can see when they started shorting the stock. If we go out to like the weekly or monthly time scale, like this is when the shorts began, was like back, like really began, was back here in like August of 2015. And you can see the effect. Also, if you bring up like the OBV, like this, you remember like if you remember how this works, like this shows successful shorting, right? Like all the way up to here. And then what happened is a bunch of institutional buyers came in here, like BlackRock and Ryan Cohen and Michael Burry, and it jumped the price pretty quick, and it locked in all these short positions by like the beginning of end of December. Most of these like 3 years of short positions were locked in to their positions, and they still are. That's where we stand. It's like, as you can see, they've not covered, right? Like this is not them covering, because these were like 500% losses already at like $20. Like all those hedge funds would have got bankrupt if they tried to cover at that point. I think they obviously never expected like big money long interest in the stock. GME diluted 3.5 million shares, bringing their like calculated float up to like, I don't know. There's different numbers out there, but like according to their 14A, I think it brought their float up to like 30 million. Bruce hangs out here to get stock knowledge. Maybe Bruce just watches my stream in the after hours. Just ripping off Warden over here. How? It's Warden doesn't own the OBV indicator. It's just something people are familiar with. Miguel Nunez, not a triple top. Triple tops are like, this is a triple top, looks like this. Like when you hit the resistance 3 times and then drop. We haven't even tested yet. So we're just like, this is just a ascending channel on the short term. %. Pickle is deep fake Kenny G. Good to know, truth state. Oh, that's cool. Triskelion. When was that announced? The Vanguard increase? Also, yeah, I mean, here's a good indicator. Like, GameStop sold 3.5 million shares, and the stock price went up $30 as people scrambled to try to buy it at that price point. I am now a member of Ardillionaires. Warden has trademarked TA. Well, I'm better at it. Probably. What did Warden predict last Friday? I don't know. Spell that word correctly. Predict? I don't know. I wasn't probably paying attention. Probably something I predicted before then. Are you talking about the short ladder? Because I predicted that like back in like mid-April. Well, I think like the goal from like the financial streamers I've seen is the goal is to like stop answering questions and only accept donations for questions. But then they want to be like, this isn't financial advice. I'm not starting with the short ladder again. Yeah, I do understand that like when you get bigger, like you need some kind of filter, but let's go watch Warden then Jonathan. We already have a resident channel show. Can I ask a question? Go ahead, Blake. No, because there's no financial advice in this channel. This is looking good, guys, by the way. Nice buy wall came in. Looks like Bullside's gonna try to break to the up. So if we can break 162.50, I'm real bullish on the rest of the day. Like break and hold. Like we want this to be support, not this. It's the title of the future 1%. We had 700 yesterday though. We had 1,000 people in here yesterday. We hit like over 1,000 concurrent viewers. It was pretty nuts. Yes. Oh, Long Johnson. Praise be to the Long Johnson. It just go upward. Great choice for a great billionaire. Am I getting dislikes? How many dislikes do I have, guys? Let me know. I want to try to beat yesterday's record of 11. Thanks for enjoying the stream in the shower, as always, Farhan. Yes, VWAP doth bless these lengthy Johnsons. Kenny and Melvin disliked. $1.5K dislikes? That's dope. That's gonna get me so high up on the YouTube search. I'm not goading anybody to do anything. If you like the channel, like it. Like it's a button, right? If you're enjoying your time in here, hit the button. If you're not, go find a channel you do enjoy. Why would you hang out all day? Just like, these people, look at them worshiping their VWAP and their pickles. Like, imagine how hard it must be to be angry at this channel. It's ridiculous. Thanks, Crawford. People love hate watching. Well, then drop a dislike, you know? That way other people that don't like the channel can find it. Thanks, GoSpeed. If more votes than shares exist, you got to think that they're going to want the squeeze to start before that gets out to the MSM, right? I mean, so much like we have no information on the vote count, the hedge funds don't either. Like they don't have information on that unless they've like paid somebody to be employed at GameStop, which is not beyond them, believe me, but like they will absolutely try to take a company down from the inside. I think there's been proof of it happening in the past. How like people don't like this channel. All the hate watchers. Did they cover already their shorts of today? I don't think so. Have they returned? Has anybody seen any shares returned on Ibaro? Somebody returned 5,000, but that was probably a day trader. Like if I was a day trader, I would have probably bought shorts. I don't really buy shorts, but I would have bought puts at open because like I expected them to try to drive the price down to one. Like I told everybody, like they're gonna try to get us down to 157 for max pain, at least so they can exit some options positions here, right? Before they're gonna like let the stock run. So I would have like bought puts here and probably sold like right around the resistance line. Like if I was day trading, that's what I would have done. Because that's like the price action I expected. Too much VFAB. I have a new snack today. I have the Aldi Max bar. For anyone who's curious, it's right there. I don't know how it tastes. We'll find out later. Prepare the Aldi put. I think Aldi's private. When are you starting Berkshire Hathaway? Yes, after MOAS, we will be beginning our investments into Berkshire Hathaway. Two new colors for the DualSense controller, Cosmic Red and Midnight Black. That's cool. Aldi had some amazing keto foods. Max is greater than Larabar. Probably. I think this is more akin to the what the hell are they called? The simple bars or whatever. That's like the egg ones. I don't know what the actual like name brand ones are called. You will be filled with nutrients. Awesome. I don't believe they have Aldi's in California. I don't know if they have them in like Oregon, Washington, but I know they have them in California. Gurk. Gurk A. Don't forget Gurk A. They're gonna have A and B stock, obviously. What is your mother's maiden name? That's an odd question. I don't know. Decided S tier catalyst for GameStop does a share recall because of the vote count, but you can't find any evidence that this is a real thing. Do you know an example of this happening? I mean, GameStop did a share recall last year before their shareholders meeting, and it caused like a little tiny short squeeze. Yeah, there's Aldi on the East Coast, there's Aldi on the West Coast. I mean, if he's fishing, he's doing it in like the worst way possible. Oh man, this is bad. Ah, it tastes so healthy. Why? I think so. Yeah, Aldi's a German company. Mm. Oh, that was rough. Ugh. Still not as bad as the Lara bar, but man, it tastes like somebody covered my like a breakfast in chocolate and peanut butter, but like a savory breakfast and dark chocolate and sugarless peanut butter, like fresh ground peanut butter. I'm gonna buy so much ramen when I'm a billionaire. I hope so, Nick Reed. Yeah, Trader Joe's is part of Aldi. Oh, who manufactures these? Interestingly, most of the like stuff that's made for Aldi's is just made by the actual manufacturer and rebranded to be sold at Aldi's. I know somebody who used to work for like Aldi's corporate, and she told me that like a lot of the stuff, like most of the foods they have are actually just like a lot of their cereals are just made by the people who make those cereals. Yeah, it's true about Trader Joe's also. But like they have to make a different product for Aldi's because Aldi's has like restrictions on the use of like high fructose corn syrup and stuff like that. I mean, Aldi's is like way better than like Walmart's Great Value or something like that because like they actually have like if you read into like their corporate policy, they have really strict like rules about like what additives and stuff you're allowed to use in the foods that they sell. Yeah, they actually have really good meat. I was like super broke a few years back and I bought like a ton of those like frozen like meat tubes. That's just like a pound of ground beef. And like normally when you buy those, they're foul, right? And like from Aldi's, it was a really high quality meat. I was super surprised. Yeah, Costco has a similar thing with Kirkland as well. Great values variations of dog food. Yeah, that's probably the biggest problem with Aldi is like you can go there and they could be sold out of a lot of stuff. And also like I guess like from a culinary standpoint, their selection could be kind of limited. Some of their cheeses are really good, some are like mediocre. Yeah, Trader Joe's is owned by Aldi bought them out. Fair supermarket. I think we live next to a Sainsbury's, and that's like the one we went to. I was a little kid, so I don't remember all that. There was like another one we went to, but I think it was like a smaller market. Culinary? Culinary. Culinary. Not colon. Airy. Colon. As in to do with the culinary arts. Not as in to do with your colon. Although, given enough time. They could mean similar things. Yes, colon fairy. Cody Welsh, this just in with new fun math. Looks like we're failing the test at 162. 50. Expect some short pressure here as we fail the test and try to push us back down below VWAP. I'm going to update Reddit here. How's the market looking? I should be checking that. That's my job. Whoops, that's my Twitter. How did I open that? Where did that come from? That was odd. SPY is like choppy, but kind of up. Oh, whoever cross-posted the write-up for the day, thank you. Saved me the trouble. It was a big help. Especially because I was in kind of a rush this morning. All right, cool. All right. Sorry about that. I just wanted to get them updated real quick. Man, I really don't want to eat anymore, though. That was so awful. Yeah, Americans don't eat a lot of lamb. I know how to pronounce culinary. I said it that way. Tan. They did a corporate share recall last year, as far as I know. Or that's the information that I've seen. Cost is up. Cool. Yeah, if anybody's in costs, I mean, if things are squeezing, like, you'll make money on costs. That's actually during the last squeeze. That's what I did with my excess money. Was I bought a bunch of costs because I was like, well, if GameStop's gonna squeeze, cost is gonna squeeze, but it's not up much. It's looking like it's following the exact same pattern as GameStop. Except GameStop's bouncing on VWAP, whereas costs and AMC appear to be failing their VWAP test. So maybe we'll have the majority of interest today. Take a drink whenever Reddit needs to be updated. Yeah, that's like 15 drinks over the course of the day, probably. 15 to 20. Not too bad. I don't recommend drinking that much in a single sitting, but if you want to, got it. You're adults. I can't tell you what to do. They really like veal in Italy. Yeah, lamb's a little gamier, but it can be good. Santi Coronado. I'm a veggie ape. That's cool. See that all of L2 showing 15,000 paper hand territory. Why is everyone asking this question every day? Any limit orders that are like these ridiculous like $10,000 and $15,000 orders? Like, first of all, they just get kicked. Like, it's just like I could do that right now. Like, I could set a limit sell for $15,000, and then the clearinghouse will kick the order as soon as it like comes up because it's too far away from the current trading price. It doesn't mean anything though. You could make that number 69,000 or 420,000 or 4.2 million. Like whatever number you want to put there, it'll show up in the level 2 for like a couple of minutes and then it'll just disappear. These people are just idiots. Like this does nothing. It's just dumb and a waste of time. American meat farming practices are getting a bit better. There's like a lot more like free range ranching starting to occur and like grass-fed beef, which is cool. Also, like, aren't we all just going to be eating lab-grown meat soon anyway? And then cows and pigs and chickens will go extinct because we have no use for them? There were people that sold in January for like 2,000 to share because they had limit orders set at 2,000 during the squeeze. That's a bit different than what's going on right now. Because that was like at the peak of that like little squeeze, and so they were just buying up whatever shares were available in the market. Or like people were putting in market orders, like retail was putting in market orders because of the FOMO. Oh yeah, that's true. We'll keep the pigs for growing our organs. Yeah, I don't eat meat more than like maybe 3 days a week, if that. Maybe, but like as they get better and better at like plant-based milks, I can see those like being more popular, especially like with lactose intolerance. Hunt my meat? That's too much work. I definitely want my meat pre-hunted. Why, for the love of Gurk, does Philly not have view up on the chart? I don't know what to tell you, Chris. I'm sure they have like a average price indicator of some sort. It should only be 30 seconds. And I forgot how to do it. Yeah, it's only 30 seconds. And that's just because, like, we already have, like, 620 people in here. Like, that's just, like, it's gonna get... And, like, if we go up, it's gonna get crazy busy super fast. And I don't want to take time out to change the... Just, like, make sure what you have to say counts. Every 30 seconds. Everything you have to say in here counts, H-Deck. I mean, deer's really lean. Like venison is really lean. It's easy to overcook. I'm not a huge fan of the gaminess. It's fine though. I mean, I've had both. It's got its place. I think. I mean, it's definitely different. I prefer beef also. That's awesome thought. Empires. I'm glad you do. That's what it's there for. Just to help out anybody who has questions on that kind of stuff. It's only gamey if it's processed wrong. It has a gamey, like, a little bit of a gamey taste. Like, the venison I got was definitely processed properly. But it does have a little. I mean, there's certain cuts are more gamey than others. I've had kangaroo. I haven't had crocodile. Or wait, I've had alligator, but I've never had crocodile. I didn't know people ate crocodile. That doesn't seem very good. I've had rattlesnake. Rattlesnake was weird. Definitely an odd, like somewhere between like fish and chicken. AMC past 14. They hit 14 yesterday. Yeah, it looks like it's ripping. I wonder how much the zero. Oh, hold on. I gotta close WeBull and reopen it because it's bugging out. There we go. I wonder how much options are for zero DTE. Let me see these balls. Buy a couple. No, never mind. I'm alright. I own GameStop. I don't care. It could. I mean, it could hit 15 or like even up to 20. But yeah, it's probably going to get rejected at 14. Like the sell pressure is so strong, right? And like this just looks like a bull trap. Like every time that stock starts to run like crazy, it just looks like a bull trap to me. And it usually is. Like I've made money on AMC, but I've also lost money on AMC, so I'm not a huge fan of it. Yeah, like my total profits, well, that's just this account. But like total profits on AMC right now are like $200, and I've traded like $3,000 on that stock on this account at least. Like I win, I lose, I win, I lose. It's always just like a break even. Not necessarily puts, because like I don't like puts on it right now because I think it'll just like come back to like 1350 and then go back up again. Like the retail like FOMO in that stock is just so unpredictable. I really don't like playing AMC unless I see like a really solid entry like I did yesterday. Is that a $15? No. On GameStop, we only have like a 40. It's like a 50-cent spread on bid ask right now. Do we have support at 162? It's looking like we do. Like we're holding above it, right? Until there's an obvious breakdown. Hi, ASMR Daddy. This is not an. How many people are in here because they think it's an ASMR channel? So the butcher shop I go to has like their own farm nearby, and it's kind of similar. They like they have like a limited supply, and you have to like reserve like whenever it happens. But like the cows are like you can go out and visit their farm, and like the animals are treated really well, and they're not like packed into like one little area. It's like all like free range, grass fed, which is super cool. But that's like where I buy like all my beef from. Cool, Daddy, you are a bad pickle. A very, very bad pickle. It's not ASMR. Half my viewership just left. I am not Cardi View up. We have an open relationship. Dude, last 15 minutes, all shares gone. Probably. If it's not updating. No, I have a 1030 for 25,000 available. We were down to 10,000 at 1015, and 15,000 have been returned on this run up. So again, probably like if you see them come back, probably day trading. We need some vape inhaling ASMR real close to the mic. I'm not really sure. It's like noise that people like. I think that's what ASMR is. Oh, I just use like a brine based exfoliant. Predictions for today sideways. I mean, we're up, right? Like we're almost now we're even with close yesterday. Like we're pushing up from our intraday low. So it doesn't look like we're moving too sideways. We're at 1.5 million volume right now, which is a bit but some of the big pickles are short-term short covers by computers. Not necessarily. It could be buy-ins. Like this isn't a good place to cover your shorts, right? So like if you short it open, like computers are even better at this actually, but like if you short it open, you're gonna want to cover like down here, right? You're not gonna want to like cover here on this like large candle. Like this is just buying pressure. Or like this can also be like day traders buying the resistance, like hoping for a breakout. But I don't like buying at resistance like that. It's like I don't think it's a very good strategy. Oh yeah, I don't know why I have the MACD on. We're definitely not overbought right now. We're like trending towards oversold. Yeah, I see that the market's up, but I still think it's gonna drop. Chachi by the resistance. I mean, I think that's kind of the strategy that they use. I've paper tested that one, and I don't like it. Like I don't like buying like god damn it. Go away. So I don't like some people like will try to buy here for a bounce or like buy here for a push through, and I don't like either of those entry points. Like I'd much rather enter here, right, and then sell here, or sell like at these doji stars. Like I'd rather trade momentum than like hop onto momentum, I guess. My SPXX calls are for next week. Also, my UVXY ones are too. Is best to buy? Like, is there some period of the day where the price normalizes? I mean, honestly, like, we haven't really hit any, like, bad entry points today. It could reach 180 today, Amanda. I mean, for me, I don't know. Like, I guess, like, for my capital requirements, like, this is, like, a bit, like, this whole entry range for me is a bit high. But that's because, like, my cost average is much lower, right? But if your cost average is like 157 or 162, then like this area like really shouldn't matter that much unless you're buying like 1,000 shares or something. Like I guess if you're buying like big volume, like you might want to time the dip. But if you're buying like 2 shares, like who gives a shit if it's 157 or 162? Like it's like theoretically the same entry point if you're long on the stock. One of my cost average is 350, then this is a great deal. This is if you bought a share here, you'd be averaging down like almost 50%. Do people not know what averaging down is? Still? Should I explain that? What could we learn from the dip at open as opposed to a run at open? Um, Nothing really. Like volume's low, right? Usually if there's a run at open, volume will be very high. Like this initial candle will be like what was it actually? Like this opening candle was 175,000, which is super low. I'd say like if this opening candle is above like 500,000, you could expect like an upward move at open. But like low volume opens, like generally short side will take advantage of that and try to push the price down. It's easier to move the price of the stock on low volume than it is high volume. I bought in at $40. I'm averaging up. Yeah, that's. I mean, I've averaged up from my initial buy-ins quite a bit. Nice, Richard. Okay, awesome, Amanda. I'm glad I was able to explain that. Oh, thank you for the donation. I see that I missed one. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. As always, don't feel obligated to donate. It does help a lot, but if you can, just drop a like and subscribe. That helps the channel a lot as well. BT int 1, the floor, thousands were compared to the floor to 0.1% difference. I mean, the floor is the lowest. So when you guys say floor, that means the lowest the price can drop. It's like you're talking about like a peak, not a floor, when you're describing what you're describing there. VT int 1. It's a common misconception. When you say floor, like selling floor, that's not a thing. Like when you say floor, it means like this number, like 157, which is like our strongest low resistance. I know what he's talking about, but like I'm just saying that you shouldn't phrase it that way, because especially for people that aren't like in on the subreddit, it doesn't explain it well to them. I do understand that in this context he's using it as where he puts his sell limit. Looking good. Still just that, we're still just on that like uptrend, right? Like nothing's really changed. It's good. It's bullish. Ascending wedge. Not really a wedge. It's just an ascending channel. But do remember that these typically do break to the downside. You're kind of a big deal. Thanks, Louch House. Or Lou Chaos. I don't. What's one of those two? Yeah, when you're describing a $10 million price target, that's definitely near a peak, right? That's not the floor of something. This is not a normal stock. It's behaving like one, though. I don't know, trapped. Lou Chaos. Okay. Thank you for the donation, man. I appreciate it. They get overbought, right? Eventually, yeah, they can become overbought. It's usually just that, like, so like an ascending channel, it usually means that like buy side is greater than sell, right? So the ups are higher than the lows, right? And then they keep occurring that way. And then eventually, like, buy side will run out of gas, and sell side will become greater, and then it'll drop. They don't necessarily drop to like the beginning, right? Like they are like a price improvement pattern, and so like usually they'll drop to like they'll just break down, right? But like they might break down to like this resistance and then continue like a new pattern as like buy side consolidates. But that's essentially like what you're seeing play out on the chart, is that like buy pressure is greater than sell pressure. And then the opposite would be true for a descending channel, right? Because like sell pressure is greater than buy pressure. Oh, so Friday 4, this resistance lines, you go over here to drawings, you select trend line, open the drop down menu, select horizontal line, and then you can just click and it'll place a line at that that horizontal area. So you can like choose the price point. And so I use these to draw like support and resistance lines. And then I make them like a little thicker and colorful so you can see them better on stream. That's a sign that it could reverse upward trend trail. Is like the march to Mordor, though. Yeah, 17200s. I mean, I think if we break 170, we have a like each one you break upwards, you have a better chance of breaking the next one. How do I donate on your Ko-Fi? I think you just it should be like right at the top of the page. Are you having issues with that? I can check. Is it not on here? Oh, so down below in the description it says support the channel, and then if you click that, it should open my Ko-fi page, and then there's just like a donate window at the top there where you can donate. So I hope that helps. Yeah, and Secure just dropped the link for you also. I don't want to apply anything, but go look at the last day. We had a green candle following a large green candle, and then look what happened after. I mean, we don't have any large green candles today. But, like, where do you want me to look? The last day? Yesterday? Like, here? I mean, that's what happens. That's just, like... It usually just indicates an uptrend. Okay, so 15,000 borrowed. That could have been here. Like, this is like 60,000 volume. This area. So that could have just been right there. Golden slippers, the thing? Maybe. Yeah, if you get like a bunch of large green candles in a, but that's literally what defines a run up, Triskelion. I feel like you're being sarcastic right now. Yeah, we bounce off the 50-day moving average, which I think I have that here if you guys want to see it. But that's like on the 1 minute. It's not very accurate. Yeah, so like, or actually, it looks like we could be approaching like a golden cross going into Monday. It's not my favorite signal, but it is a signal. Thank you so much for the donation, Dangerous Dan. I appreciate it. When can we have a duel of the Dans? Anytime you want, man. I see you guys as, like, unifying over on the subreddit. Don't think I've missed that. I have my eyes on you. Can broad pressure consolidate during chop and start a new uptrend? Yes. Chop is usually consolidation, Alpha Kilo. Hot signals in your area. Lol, a golden cross. That's what it's called. It's like when the 50-day moving average crosses the 200-day moving average to the upside. It's like a signal that, like, it's like a long-term signal that the stock will have like price improvement going forward. Oh, yep. Sorry, I'll stop moving my feet. Gherkinquake. Gherkquake. We have a few. Yeah, we're also getting some Chris's. As you can probably expect with commonly used English names, they will occur more than once in the channel. No starting Dan Revolutions, Daniel Rock, please. Is Gherkinit? No, I'm not. I'm just shaking my foot. Like, I have moderately restless legs when I've been sitting for like a long time. Thanks for the infotainment for the past few weeks. Have a great weekend. Thanks, man. You too. Appreciate the donation. I've been looking at those chairs that you guys recommended. They look pretty sweet. The like Titan. What's the ASMR subreddit? Buy one with massage or vibrate for your back. I want to buy those like bands that you strap to your legs, and like they like squeeze your legs and like move your blood around when you've been sitting for too long. It sounds disturbing, but I feel like it'd actually be useful. Yeah, like diabetes leg massagers, but like I want to get them now, pre-diabetes. I mean, I don't need them, but I feel like I could use them in a as a preventative measure. Although I don't know how I'd get diabetes, considering I only eat like 3/4 of one meal every day and some snacks. Pre-diabetes, yeah, like like I want to use them before. Yeah, it seems like a good way to like not get like blood clots and like you know keep your circulation going when you're sitting for long periods of time. Don't settle for leg bands. Yeah, they use those after surgery at hospitals. I know. ASMR Kez, bro. Every day is. I don't think that's true. My problem currently is that like there's not a lot of chairs for guys my size. It really limits the selection of chairs I can buy. Like I liked the Logitech Herman Miller one, even though it's ridiculously expensive and would be like an absurd purchase. But I think it's like too small for me. Like I was looking at the dimensions and it looks like it's way too small. Oh yeah, Mr. Diggs, we broke out of the upside of the big wedge. The big wedge has ended, everybody. We broke to the upside, literally at the intersection point, and we're just continuing that trend. All the predictions will come true. 6-3 gang, yeah. Conditioned to think, hey, why is Jimmy going to push up too much? Yeah, everyone's. I mean, like, it's good though. It's good to be conditioned for like crashes in the price because I mean, like, you although I do suspect they may be unable to do that at this point. Um, they might try, right? Like as a last ditch effort to getting margin called. I got ripped doing Dark Souls 10 push-ups every time. I don't die a lot in that game. I mean, more than other games, but not as often as like people complain about. Especially like the latest one was really easy, like Dark Souls 3. Demon Souls was the worst. I died so much when I played that game. AMC starting to squeeze. No. AMC is being rejected at $14 and dropping. That's not a squeeze. Just chill. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. Cool Daddy, it was the Secret Labs Titan XL. Because I think I'm like a little tall for the just the Titan. Or maybe not. I don't know. But I want like the chair to just be bigger. AMC squeezes one out on its shareholders, pretty much. What are the fundamentals pointing to? They have like a lot of short interest, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna get a squeeze, right? Because like the short interest is actually like built on like much like being long in GMA. I'm 6'3". Here's where I can't decide on the oh, I'm sorry. I was answering another question. Yeah, AMC doesn't really have a lot of fundamentals pointing towards a short squeeze. Because it's like, yeah, the float is enormous and the company is a failure. So, like, whereas the opposite is true for GameStop, where the float is super tiny and the company has made lots of recent changes that point towards it being a successful e-commerce platform. Yeah, well, I mean, I've shrunk myself to fit over here in the corner. Office Master YS7B. Interesting. Oh, also, I should note that I like having like a headrest on my chair because I like to lean back and relax in my office chairs. I've been shorted. What? AMC just diluted their shit. He's only 5 inches tall. Yeah, I mean, I got really, I really compacted myself for the AutoBit AMA. I still can't figure out how to add timestamps to my videos. Pro, you're like 3 inches tall. We can all see it. They sell headrests for the Arion. You can like attach it. But my friend has that chair and I just don't like it. Like he has like the bigger size. And I've tried it out. It's just I'm not into it. But here's the question with the Titan. What fabric do I get? Do I get the pleather or do I get the breathable cotton weave thing? I don't know. I mean, the chair I currently have is just from Staples. It's not like a very good chair, but I didn't use it as much as I do now, and that's why I'm like, get the mesh. Well, so the Titan XL doesn't have the real leather. That's not an option. Gaming chairs are not ideal for streaming. Yeah, I've heard that. Apparently, the Titan XL is like good for like long term sitting in one spot. But I do understand that like ergonomic chairs are like more ideal. Pleather peels over time. Well, yeah, I know. I expect it to do that. So the standard pleather, yeah. Well, they just have pleather and like a weave, like a fabric weave. If you wear shorts in the summer, I wear shorts all year. Why would I? I'm wearing shorts right now. Why the hell would I wear pants in my own house? Now, don't get me wrong. I won't wear shorts outdoors, like in public. I think that's just like people who wear shorts outside have no self-respect, unless they're exercising. But if you're just wearing shorts about your day, I mean, come on. Increased call interest. That could pick up later into the day, but call option interest picked up this morning on like 0 days to expiry options, which is common. No pants Friday. What? Yeah, I also do it. Maybe that's like a boomer mentality, but like if you're wearing shorts like at work, even if they're like khaki or something, I just think a little less of you when I meet you. Patina ergonomic high swivel executive chair with just two. Interesting. In my experience, none of the chairs on Amazon will like fit my size. And I've bought about 10 of them, different ones. Need people's knees covered or something. I don't know. It's just like I don't. Maybe it's like where I grew up. Like I grew up in New York City, and like ideally you want like as much of your skin covered as possible here, because like you never know when like someone's gonna spit on you, or like fling feces at you. I recommend the soft weave. Okay, yeah, I like the soft weave. Looks like fine. I was just worried it was like gets like maybe dirty, but maybe I don't care. I assume it's kind of like a car seat. I've literally worked in a robe since last February. No, I didn't, Alyssa, because I like the stock and I think like the company is gonna do good things, but my run-ins with GameStop in the past as a child have made me wary of purchasing items from them. So I don't buy a lot of things from GameStop generally. Although I don't really buy a lot of the things they sell on an average day. Like I only play one game and it's free. Doesn't mean I don't think it's a good company. Just means that, like I don't do a lot of shopping there. Also the GME the GameStop, call it GME. The GameStop near me doesn't do like the the DoorDash thing, and they're always sold out of everything. TF2. TFT. Josh, I play TFT. That's like currently the game I play. I do not play EVE Online. Bullish. Yeah, I'm definitely like a PC gamer. I do like if they get video cards in stock, I do intend to like try to buy a video card from them. So that'll be like a purchase I make from them in the future. I mean, I've made enough money on the stock at this point that I should give them a little back, you know. What rank are you in regular lol? I think like the highest I've hit is gold in like League of Legends. In TFT, I'm like diamond. Like diamond 1. And then I just don't have like the time or commitment to like push higher. I probably could if I played more. Yeah, I'm not secretly streaming Fortnite at all. I've been playing TFT while you stream. That's awesome. I used to just play TFT all day while watching GameStop after I was done day trading. Like before I started doing this. I mean, I have a friend who has like a small like Eth farm. And so like if I wanted to get into like Eth farming, like I would just give him money and I would just invest in his like little Eth farm and get like my own rig. If that's like something I wanted to do. Fix What do you want me to do to the chart? It's on GME. Do you want it longer, shorter? Yeah, shorts borrowed a lot today, but we're doing fine. Like we're still holding above 162.50. VWAP's moving up to the resistance line. Make it more great. I like your name, Big Dillionaire. Poke the chart with a stick. It's just like no volume. I mean, it's cool. We got other things to talk about. Chairs. My interest in purchasing items from GameStop. You know, it'd be dope if I could trade in video games for like PC components. I'd be into that. What's bullish in the way the price is falling as the volume does? I mean, we're still above the resistance, right? That's bullish. We're above max pain, which is also bullish. Let's talk about AMC. Let's not. I understand like new people come in here and want to know about it, and like I'll indulge them briefly, but I'm not. I don't know. It's like the end of the week. I don't want to think about that awful company anymore. It's at $14. Woot. They're also holding their resistance line. I'm new. You're not new. I know who you are. Just have a forum where you can trade games and PC. I think it'd be super. Can I explain Max Payne? Hold on. I think it'd be super cool if they somehow like found a way to like blockchain digital like copies of games, and then like you would have like a unique key of so many keys made, and then like you could use that key to like trade your game in. It would also just like essentially end piracy, which would be probably good for the overall like developer market as well. But then yeah, you could like trade your unique code in for like credit or whatever. Yeah, it's way better than the DRM system. But so like I talked about I talked to this about I talked to this to a friend of mine who's like in game development, and like I think he's worked like on the security team, and like he said that like it's not really desirable for like big developers, like they profit off of piracy because like not only does it like get the game into the hands of more people, thus increasing the audience, but like they can make money off like in-game purchases. VeChain hopes to do supply chain, data management, ownership, blockchain. I guess I don't know who they are. How much capital do you think a new hedge fund bought in to bring us to $200 a share? Like, I mean, if they just bought at market, like 5 million shares would do it. The hedge funds don't move into positions that way, though, James. Hold on, there was another question I wanted to answer. Rewind the stream for AMC. I don't want to do an AMC rant right now. There's so many of them. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to clip all the AMC rants and just put them in like their own channel. So you guys can just like get as much of that as you need. What's going to happen when AMC's done and like I don't have to talk about it anymore? Cuz I'm excited for that to Gherkin. I can't find the question I wanted to answer. Oh well. But fintech, the blockchain securities. I mean, Mick Davis. No one's gonna allow that to happen. They don't want an uncorruptible market. You have to understand that, like, the goal is to have as many loopholes in the market as possible. They spend a lot of money fighting for that. Oh yeah, what is max pain? Thank you. Max pain is the price point at which the majority of open interest options expire worthless. And who makes money off that, you might ask? Market makers who sell options at a premium. There. And 155 is simply the price point this week where most of the options expire worthless. It could change today. Sometimes it'll shift on Friday. Yeah, just link people to the AMC rant video whenever someone asks. I've had some of the ones on like the first few days of the stream were really good because I was way more worked up about it back then. Oh, I mean, like, I still want people to come in here and know how shitty AMC is. Like, I'll tell them that. Maybe don't put it in your title. Let's not talk about AMC's debt and how it far exceeds the amount of money they have to barely stay in business. I didn't know that there was a Max Payne movie. What? Oh, I'm watching that today. Is it bad? I'd assume it's bad. You'll finally like me. I like you already, Chachi. I don't hate people that bought AMC. I understand why they're invested in it. Do I think that's a good investment? Absolutely not. Gherkin, it is amazing. Oh yeah, let's not talk about the execs using a short script to pay themselves a bunch of bonuses. Like, what kind of executive gives himself a bonus when their company's literally in the process of going bankrupt? Oh wait, all of them. I forgot. I like the Netflix Punisher series a lot. I don't like the movies, or at least the one movie that I saw. I think John Travolta was in it, and it was atrocious. I understand you're just wrong. Okay, I didn't think it would be good. Should I invest in losing weight? That's a good investment. Yeah, like you should always invest in yourself. Investing in yourself is the best investment. He promised not to. So they were gonna originally they were gonna double their float. Palantir. They were gonna add another like 500 million shares, and instead, but the shareholders were gonna like vote against that, right? So they knew it wouldn't succeed, and so they pulled that back and said, okay, we're just gonna do a 50 million share offer, but the board's gonna control that offer, and so they didn't even let their shareholders vote on that, right? And so they just sold 50 million shares out from under their shareholders without their permission. Don't talk about John Travolta like that. I mean, he's fine. I liked him in that movie with the baby. But also just you just change your name to Dan Travolta. Are you a Scientologist, Dan? I don't need you interfering with my cult with your cult, all right? Keep your L. Ron Hubbard to yourself. That's disgusting, Crawford. I don't know. Ferran. So salty about Palantir. Yeah, Palantir's not been doing a lot. I think long term they're still a good company. They do have some competition though. I think Snow or whatever, Snowball or something like that. Some like Warren Buffett backed company is like their primary competition. They're also like anti-market, and so the market's like giving them a spanking for that. Soldiers still in debt. Good plan. Doesn't sound like one BD. Yeah, currently they just have a greasy slug in ill-fitting suits running the company. So I don't know when that's going to change, Greedy. Yeah, Jimmy's share dilution was super tiny and didn't really affect anything, right? But 50 million shares, like if GME offered 50 million shares at market, people would be enraged. Like there'd be literally a riot in Texas at their headquarters. But GME paid off their debt. So like net, it was like a net positive because they used that money to pay off. Like the company's completely debt free now and has like $700 million for like their plans for expansion and stuff. Why is the SPY not tanking yet? I don't know. We'll see. I said it could like so it can revert to that so look at the 1 hour, yeah. So like I said it can like revert back to here, right? Before it starts dropping off again. So like kind of fill that gap. It could even come back like up to 420 before it tanks. If it keeps pushing up, like we could see it retesting its all-time high. Dr. K. I didn't even see it. Did I see it? So I responded to your Palantir thing. Don't accuse me. Yeah, it's almost the same percent, but of a much smaller number. Yeah, our price went up $30 after that sale. It was also like, I mean, Jimmy's trading like it was also cements the value of the company, which is really important. Like it tells the market this company is worth $157 a share. Which is actually kind of relevant to like our squeeze potential because it brings the floor of the stock up. How many put options are at the 165 wall? Is it a considerable amount? Let's find out. No, not really. Most of the puts are out of the money right now. Like they probably used that dip this morning to move out of those positions. Like while the implied volatility was up. Which is like what I told you, like they want to exit their options down here, right? And so they probably did. The interest was much higher yesterday. So they probably exited and rolled into next week. You, currently you need about no. You're welcome, Dr. K. I notice everybody. Yeah, so I think the end of the wedge actually signified like the break even point for short value. So I suspect at this point, from that point moving forward, that short value, like the value you get from shorting one share, right? The decrease in price percentage is now less than the long value. So every share bought will increase the price more now than every share sold short, if that makes sense. And normally short value is actually higher. Short, like on most stocks, short value is higher than long value. And why is that? Well, I can explain it, I think. Because on most stocks, longs hold most of the float. And then shorts represent a smaller amount of the float, right? And so when you sell the shares short, it has more value because selling is more valuable than buying on a position where. But in our case, the shorts are most of the float, or significantly more than the float actually. But and so the short shares are worth less because there are more of them than there are longs. What actually is it? It's just the number of shares sold short throughout the day. Draw Mr. Dill at the top. I've got the little NFT over there. I'm not going to look at next week's options interest. It's irrelevant right now. Anything ethical issues? Me starting a GoFundMe to buy more GMA? Probably, because you'd be profiting off the GoFundMe, right? Should you try to start a GoFundMe for proceeds go to country club memberships for billionaires? That seems like a Kickstarter kind of thing. Big Head and Shoulders forming? Possibly. Like we could have a Head and Shoulders like right here. But we'll see. Like this could also just trend up. How many thousand shares left available to short? Can you verify this? I mean, no, because there's a lot of sources of shares available and we don't have knowledge. I mean, there's only 2,000 available on iBorrowDesk, which is like IBKR, I think, like Interactive Brokers or IEX. But that doesn't mean that there's like that there aren't other, like Fidelity has shares available to short. Like there's other sources for shares. So just because this one's down to 1,000 doesn't mean all of them are. Pickle NFT starting price 1 billion. No, the starting price is 10 million on the Pickle NFT. It's not 1 billion. I'm not crazy. It's not a Picasso. It's like you get paid the same and gas is $5. Yes. We can't see the NFT? Really? It's on the stream. It should be right there. Can you guys what? Can you actually not see it, or does he just not know where it is? Okay. Thanks, Doug. Yeah, so Fidelity has 46,000 shares available to borrow. There's other pools of shares available. People who hoard gas. It's so silly. So silly. I mean, I guess if you have to. I don't know. I don't understand that. Like, I'm sure they'll fix the pipeline issue. Should I really can't bring myself to eat more of this thing, but I need to eat food. Oh, so bad. I mean, the big money's had the shorts trapped for a long time. It's just what retail doesn't understand is like these wars aren't necessarily short. They can go on a long time. Like, if especially the longs know they're in a winning position, they don't have to do anything. They just hold the stock. It's just like a staring contest. Preppers. No offense to any of you that are preppers. I just don't understand it. I'd rather be completely unprepared in the event of a world-ending catastrophe. AMC price target raised to 16 by some analyst. Whatever. Looks like it's $14 right now. Yeah, don't read too much into the analysts. They're idiots. They also have their own agendas. GME is supposed to be $15, according to them. Most of them. Riley Reid. Yeah, I met her once, actually. She's really nice. No. My friend, like one of my best friends from school, is a producer of adult films, and so like me and him used to hang out all the time. He works for Vivid. So I've met like far more of those people than I care to admit. No, Aunt. We're up 0.04%, Vic. What do I mean? Those people, the people in that industry, I mean, they call us civilians, so what kind of schooling did I take? Schooling of the collegiate variety, Adam Fraser. They do, I'm not kidding. $30 million relevant to anything useful or useful metric when we can basically. I mean, 30. So the lower the amount of the float, the greater the price of each share because of liquidity. Still day trading AMC. Yeah, retail stocks are pretty predictable. I was kind of confused the first time I heard it too, Parrish. I was like, "Excuse me? Like what? What's that mean?" I majored in finance. Business finance. I also have a minor in biology. But that was because of indecisiveness. What school? I'm not going to tell you that, Aunt. What's a possible motivation factor for GameStop to not reveal voter results, not issue a share recall? I can't think of one, DJ D22. I mean, if the votes are less than the float, I guess that would be a reason for them not to. That's awesome, Eric. I see you also thought about being a doctor. Or do you just want to work in like biotech? I spent way too much time at school. It was fun. I was having a good time. I didn't want to leave. Yeah, I mean, like the short position on the company is definitely devaluing its current trading price. So yeah, Mr. Diggs, pretty much, it's good for people interested in the future of GameStop to get rid of this like massive short position, so the company can just move on with other things. Whale War in the order book? No. I mean, buy side looks pretty strong. I guess like a little bit. I mean, when this kind of stuff happens, like, they plan on fighting for something. So they stack up the walls so the price can't move quickly. And then they start, like, throwing orders onto the market. So we'll probably expect to see, like, a little increase in volume and maybe volatility coming up. Make it go up. No. Morning, Spartan. There'll be more ASMR as the day continues. I promise. I'll do some more. I know that's what you're all in here for. Because earlier when I said this isn't an ASMR stream, we lost like 200 viewers. So. No, that didn't happen, but it'd be funny. That's awesome. Big billionaire. Came for the cooking tips, stayed for the stocks. What did the ASMR indicator show? See more thick pickles. It showed bullishness. Is this frothy? Not really. See a post from Dave Lauer indicating there was a lot more volume being traded, not shown on free platforms like WeBull. No, I didn't, but I already knew that. That's because of payment for order flow. That's what makes platforms like Robinhood and WeBull free. Although Fidelity doesn't charge any commissions, but they don't do payment for order flow. gonna scour the live streams, cut and edit together all the ASMR moments. It'd be a pretty short video. No, the MOAS can happen when it wants to, Crawford. It doesn't have to happen before the meeting. It can happen after the meeting, actually. Oh. Did I miss something in the order book? Probably, because it's like tick by tick. I mean, like, I see a whale war beginning in the limits. Like in the order book, but I don't see it in like the time sales. Is that what you're talking about? I was talking about the order book. I wasn't talking about trade volume. Just volume. There, the order flow. Just only on options. Yeah, I think they charge commissions on options. I don't do a lot of options trading on Fidelity though, so I don't like their like system. It's irritating. Just for you guys in Discord, we're trading at 162.72, coming back down to retest that 162.50 resistance. Yeah, WeBull doesn't. That's why I say don't look at the order book, because it doesn't track. It doesn't track like all the exchanges. AMC rant in ASMR style when? I don't know, but I like the idea of that. How would the MOAS not happen if there is a share recall? I don't think that'd be like a thing, honestly. Like if there's a share recall, that would trigger it. I don't know. If there's no short positions on the stock, I guess, but that's not the case. So that's how it would happen, but it's like a theoretical that can't. KO. I understand you're trying to build a bull case here, but that's a thin. That's like a thin thesis if that's where you want to start it. The whole volume traded not being displayed to retail is one of the things being blown out of proportion. Yeah, I agree, antimatter. It is a little blown out of proportion. But that's just because like everybody who gets into the markets from a retail position, like they really do want the transparency of data is so awful. And like that's like one of the first things you'll notice. And so I think that's why it gets blown out of proportion. I quit yesterday, but I forgot to tell my boss. Well, you can tell, like, you could tell there were issues at AMC, like, back in January when they collected all that money and, like, they didn't pay off their debt, right? They just, like, gave themselves tons of bonuses. Stock is only about 1,000% short. It's a chance of recall. Not going down is extremely low. Yeah. Squeezes happen. Usually on much smaller scales, though. This is different because this isn't just like a short position getting squeezed out. This is like predatory shorting being squeezed out. Yeah, we're just hanging out. Trying to break away. Remember what I told you guys? Like, always try to imagine. This is how I try to imagine it. I just try to imagine support and resistance as like black holes, right? So like you have to break free of them in one direction or the other in order to like move to the next one, right? So like stocks kind of like the way they move through the market is kind of like they hit a support and resistance and they kind of orbit it for a while before slingshotting up or slingshotting down, right? To the next one. So imagine that. Imagine like just some like that's how I like to think of it. Is that and that's like the way stocks move. And if they have enough momentum, they're able to like go from one to the next without a lot of like lag. Make that a short YouTube video for the win. If you recall on Monday, then we moon. Yeah, if they recall on Monday, we would moon. They might do it after hours today, actually. Yeah, Sahib, that's correct. I'm just trying to make it easier to understand for the layman. So just over 200%. No, I didn't read it, Jordan. I generally don't read most of the DDs. I'll check them out, but I get like a paragraph in and I'll see something wrong, and then I'll just stop reading the whole DD. I'm very like dismissive of them. What might they give aftermarket? Missed what you said. Oh, they might do the share recall. Like if they do it this week, they would do it probably aftermarket today. No. No, 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 Mr. Diggs. No quitting your job until you have a new one. Why are we assuming there is a recall inbound? Because the amount of votes is probably going to exceed the available float. Why might they do that? They have a duty to the shareholders to ensure that the amount of shares voted is the correct amount of shares. And so if more shares are voted than the float available on the market, they would do a recall in order to ensure that the count of their shares is correct. And by doing that, they would expose naked short positions, right? And naked shorting is illegal. And so naked short positions would be forced to immediately cover in order to not be caught naked shorting. Generally, like 8Ks and announcements like that are made after hours in order not to affect the trading of the day. It has to do with like SEC regulations. I'll take a look at it, Moon. If you want, shoot me a message on Reddit, like DM me. Is it recalled forced? It's forced. If the company recalls their shares, it's a forced recall. They can suggest that they already did in the 14A. They suggest that larger holders recall their shares in order to be able to vote. But they can recall them themselves. Yeah, they don't want to be accused of market manipulation. They don't want to be accused of triggering the MOAS intentionally in any way. No, I didn't say go all in on options for next Friday. I don't give anybody financial advice. Play the options market as you see fit, but remember it carries more risk. Kitty purchased a new song collaboration with Pokemon. Does the share recall work? Does GS say to the broker or give them back? Not, they don't like say give them back, but they pull them all in and count them essentially. They ensure, like, they check the validity of every position by counting it, and then anything that exceeds that count that isn't a long position would be a naked short. Your latest answer. GameStop cannot force a share recall, guys. Do not make any, don't make any wild options plays based on any speculative information ever. Actually, wild option plays in general are super risky. It could be, Jonathan. I don't know. There's no like predicting it. I mean, if the stock is as short as is implied, then yeah, it would be a pretty crazy event. Yeah, the announcement would trigger the covering. God, Phil taught me options. Oh, then you should probably just never, ever, ever buy options if that's your source of information. Wait, this isn't the Godpill Praise channel? Absolutely not. Jordan Belfort taught me options. I think Jordan Belfort was more in the business of playing guaranteed games rather than taking on risk. I should do a video on options. God, there's so many though. I feel like I'm just like nudging myself into a space where like it's already too crowded. Is that dude still a thing? I don't know. I'm sure he's gotten like enough reports to get like banned off YouTube, but that doesn't mean anything. You just start another channel. I'm not hypothesizing anything, Eddie. I don't even think the share, honestly, I don't think the share recall is necessary for a short squeeze to occur. I just, like, obviously, it would just be like a huge catalyst. We need more whale pigeons. Behold view up, destroyer of shorts. I mean, we're not looking super strong right now. It's kind of weak. We're staying above 162.50, which is good. But not a lot above it. No, that was just the pigeon whale noise. Because, but like, I don't know. I don't have any echo. I wish I could turn echo on my mic while I do that. That would be amazing. Hmm. All right, guys. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick as we run up to 12 o'clock and update Reddit before I go. All right, cool. I'll be right back, guys. See you in a couple minutes. Hello, everyone. I mean, OBV dipped at market open. Like, so it did go down. It is actually lower than it was in the pre-market. Goddamn cats. Is that just the assumption is every time I leave the stream, I have to poop? I don't know about you guys, but I take tons of fiber supplements. My poops are extremely regular, and they occur every morning before the stream. Pickle ASMR. This looks good. If you guys haven't, and you could, drop a like. It helps the channel out. If you're gonna hang out in here all day and watch me, the least you could do is hit that button. And then if you want to watch more of me, subscribe. And if you really, really like the channel and you really want to help out, you can donate at our coffee link down below. Coffee. No OnlyFans yet. It's in the works. Stop yelling at me. WeBull's paper trading's fine. Thinkorswim's, I've heard, pretty good. Ask Daniel Taylor. He knows more about it than I do. Who else has, like, okay paper trading? Those are probably it. Because you want, like, the live charting to go along with your paper trading if you're trying to learn day trading. Those are probably the best two, though. Daniel Taylor will be my OnlyFans mod, possibly. Because like, the OnlyFans streams are going to be purely profit driven, and not for the betterment of any kind of community or anything like that. We need your MacD or buy a Big Mac. Thanks, JS. I appreciate the donation, man. Do you guys want to check the MacD? We could look at it. It's probably flipped. It looked like there was a reversion coming in, like a crossover. Yeah, it's like about to cross over to the upside, which is a good signal. RSI is pretty flat, so that's also beneficial. It's like literally dead center, I think. It's at 50.88 on the 14, RSI 14. Just bouncing off VWAP all day. Well, no, we've just been bouncing at 162.50 all day. For those of you in Discord, trading at 163.03 currently. Delusional degenerate acolyte. No, it's 300 pickles for the full secrets of VWAP. I just do that so people don't ask me about it, because I know no one's going to pay. Can we get some of those 130 predictions? Maybe some rocket drawings? I'll think about it, Kyle. It's not 130 yet. I don't have any predictions for today. I mean, like, that was the prediction. That was the weekly prediction, and it was yesterday. Huh. Cool. Oh, I should probably trade some stocks today, huh? What's looking good? What's looking spicy? Nah, I don't like that. I want some weekend spending money. I don't like any of these. What's cost doing? Maybe I'll buy some costs. Looks poop. I don't want to buy any of that. AMC is the highest volume today. Ooh, what's Neo doing? Neo's doing a little turnaround. Interesting. Oh, apparently so is Palantir. Show me the stock. God damn it. Not naked. Ooh. Palantir's running a bit. See if there's any like 21st. I'm gonna lose money on this, I know it, but $20. Can it break the $20? I don't know. Let me see. Let's see up here, but that's not a big price fluctuation. Back up to 24? Don't do it. Ooh, let me see what Mara's doing. Mara's looking weak. I thought Bitcoin was coming back. I actually want to get some, like, not next week, like the 28th, $24 calls. 24. I'll give them 23, like in the money. What's the intraday look like? Intraday looks good. Pick up a couple of those. Yeah. All right, cool. I feel silly if I don't, like, do something during the day, right? I have to make income. MVIS up 13% today. Bagged slightly lighter. What is MVIS doing? If it's low enough, I'd be interested in it. I mean, I feel like it's kind of chasey right now. 50 cent. What's the next resistance level? Up here at like 16. Let me see if there's anything for like next week. Maybe there. 1450. I'll pick up a couple of those. Do I want 400 of them? 1450 looks better. I'll just do 2. Cool. I should add those to my watch list. Mara. God damn it. There we go. Cool. Fun. So both of those look like good swings. They had like nice risk rewards. So I like the entry point. I'm up on both of them already. options without logging into WeBull or just using the browser app. Yeah, I think like there's an options tab on the browser app, but if you don't have like if you haven't applied for options, then like you're not gonna see like a ton of options. No, yeah, you have to apply for options first. If you haven't done that yet, you're not gonna be able to trade them. You have to have a you have to get approved for them on the account. Palantir hinted at personal use case. I didn't see that. Is that news? Because that is kind of huge. I mean, Palantir's at like an okay entry point. I have a Palantir position, but it's like lower. So like I'm still up like a decent percentage on it, but it is up 8% today. Like it's but you have to remember like all the tech stocks are going to come back with the market bouncing back, right? And we're dipping below our 162.50 right now. I just want to look for information purposes. I mean, yeah, I don't know if they display it without having being approved for options, or at least on Webull. I think you can look at options on Fidelity without applying for options, or you could pay for like options data. Like the idea is they give you the options data for free because they like you're saying you're going to trade options, right? Otherwise, they don't want to give that data away. Figured it out. Oh, okay, you found it. Do they give it for free? I'm actually curious. Because, like, the first thing I did when I opened the account was apply for options trading. Ooh, Mark's going up. Doo, doo, doo. Come on, Bitcoin. Found it on Google. Okay, cool. What up, Blender? I just got the MBIS ones because they've been super volatile. And, like, I'm going to sell if it hits, like, 16. Because I think it can hit 16. Like, that's like, right up here. Right up here. So I'm going to look for the test at, like, 1450. 1460, and then if it clears that, I'm gonna look for like 16, and then I would sell. And then for Mara, I'm looking at for to return to like 30. I'm gonna sell like if it hits 30 again. But Bitcoin's like moving back up, so I expect Mara will follow suit. So just to explain why I got those. Triple bottom on view up. No, I mean, are you referring? I mean, sort of. We sort of triple bottomed. The triple bottom's not really an indicator. There's kind of like a triple top as we tried to break away, but then it reverted again. It's just choppy. Like there's really no like we had a downtrend and then we broke to the upside, right here, and we broke up, and then that got met with resistance, and like this is just weakness from that. There's no like other real patterns there. Like patterns are best when they're well defined. $4K return to Ibarra. Okay, I mean that doesn't. That's just like a day trader buying back into their position, or like returning the shorts they borrowed. We could, like, I mean, don't again, like, that resistance is a black hole, right? We're just gonna orbit it. Especially like the more volume you have, the more chance you have of like breaking free. "13F has been released. People need time to digest." What 13F was released? Is there like new 13F information? I didn't tell you to quit your job, Pinkertonics. Yeah, the Dogecoin whales are huge. That's breaking down though. Like after the last like several run-ups of Dogecoin, like that number's like it's starting to spread out more evenly as like bigger whales move out of positions. Vanguard added some. Do you know the net change, Pinkertonics? Like what's the net percent change of institutional ownership? It's okay. I don't care. I have video evidence of me saying, "Don't quit your jobs." That's silly. I'm back. What did you do? Tendy McTenties, Win Moon. I don't know. Right now we're just like I'm more concerned with breaking free of the 162.50 resistance than mooning. That options trading makes you realize you need to learn about options charts. Yeah, probably. That's probably a good idea. There's lots of videos on basic like options information. Gotta consolidate, right? Big billionaire. Always have to consolidate. Net change in institutional ownership is down 6.99%. Yeah, I mean but we've known that. I think that's the same as what I've seen over the last couple of days. I thought there was like some like big change. Elon Musk said he's working with the developers of Dogecoin. What? Interesting. Break fast 162.50. Let's all quit our jobs. It's not great advice. Spoke just from Hestia. Yeah, I think so. Transactions per kilowatt hour cost. He probably owns a bunch of it and now wants to pump up the value. Just so you guys know, this is super weak. Like we dipped We tried to move back, failed, and we're dipping again. So we could hit, we could drop back to 157 on this. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Reddit's updated. Boom. Blockbuster on the same street. I mean, Doge already has a pretty cheap transaction cost compared to like some other cryptos. Mr. Diggs, you're clearly delusional. I love it. That's awesome, Vic. I called the breakout of the wedge for yesterday, Blender. And we broke out of it. Like, if we look at the 4-hour, like, we broke out to the upside. We're just consolidating now on, like, the long-term time scale. We're still above max pain, which is solid. Yeah, usually we have a little lunchtime dip. Just short the stock before you go get lunch. That way it doesn't go up too much while you're gone. AMC's going down again. Figures. Doge is coming back up. That's interesting. Mara doing good. Markets, meh. Still climbing. Doesn't look too weak. Why do you think RH is going to go down, Kamer? I showed the wedge. Also, do you know the word please? Rude. Fun names. Why do they sometimes say or put? I'm not sure, Totzel. Like, I would assume, like, one is long, one is short. What's up, Adam? If you like manners, hammer that like button and subscribe. If you guys haven't got a chance to drop a like, helps the channel out. And if you want to subscribe, that's cool too. And if you want to help the channel a lot, you can donate down below at our coffee link. That's nice also. I mean, we look weak right now. I think right now we're heading down. I don't know. We're falling. I don't know where we're gonna stop though. Probably 157. This is totally normal price action. Yeah, crypto is not classified as a security. I mean, we're already below this. You could technically say that this like whole formation was a Head and Shoulders. It's choppy, but it is one. So you could expect like a revision to this trend line or this one. Not necessarily, Garrett. It'd be nice. But also remember yesterday we didn't really pick up in volume until around like 130, 145. Trade spotting saying he expects 152, 156. Yeah, I mean if we drop hard. Who loves short shorts? Any reason we shouldn't be buying call option? You're gonna lose a lot of money on theta if like the MOAS doesn't happen soon, right? If you're gonna spend all that extra premium betting on like, I mean, like, yeah, you'll make your money back if the MOAS happens in between now and then, but like you'd lose a lot of money on theta buying leaps. Unless you're buying them like in the money and you intend to exercise them. It's a bit like it's not like a great play. Like I have like really far dated leaps for like July and now August. Um but those are like the strike price on those is really low and I got them extremely cheap. Which is like a big difference between then and now. Because I bought all those when the stock was down to like $40. Like I wouldn't buy those now. But that's just me. You can do what you want. I think he uses Elliott waves. Yeah, probably. That sounds like Elliott waves. The price will be somewhere between 156 and the next resistance. You got it. I just like the stock. Right now, for anybody listening in, we're trading at 160.25. Looks like we're bouncing back a little bit below the trend line where I predicted. at 160. So we can move back up to 162 if volume comes in. Are we inversing the market? No, the market's also going up. We seem to be detached from the market right now. So if we have extremely low volume or extremely high volume, like our correlation with the market isn't as pronounced, right? On the market downsides on really low volume, but only because like small amounts of selling will change the price more drastically. But like yeah, without volume, you're not gonna see that much, or without some more volume, you're not gonna, because like right now I don't think we have any. Like yesterday, I think there was a point at which we had like zero trading volume, and the market was going down, but we just weren't moving, and so it's just like only 7 dislikes, bearish. I can't believe I have that many already. Why do you pick Apes? I don't usually buy zero. So if you're buying, usually if you're buying zero DTEs, you want to look for stocks that are like running super hard and have high activity. So you want lots of volatility on 0 days to expiry options. So you want to look for like stocks like this, where like they've gone up like 40% today, right? And you would have wanted to buy like zero DTEs on it, like here, right? And then you're just like chasing the volatility. Like that's how you, that's like the one of the better ways to chase, because it's like a lever, like the gains can significantly outweigh the risk because the options can be so cheap. So thanks, big billionaire. Just was voting results, day of shareholder meeting or before. Uh, for the purposes of a share recall, as soon as the vote count exceeds the float, they can do something about it. But otherwise, the day of the meeting is the day that like the vote count is announced. DD update on short inflation. I mean, I kind of went over a bit more of it this week in the DD, but probably not. I think I'm done. I mean, maybe I'll do like a brief segment on it for this weekend's DD, Eddie. If like people want me to just like see what it looks like now. It's weaker. I mean, like you can just tell if you look at like that's not the right website. Hold on. See if I can find it. Oh, this should have it. So if we look, wait, you guys can't see this. Hold on. There it goes. So if you guys look, like you can see that like back at like 415 and before that, we were seeing like short volume and like the 40 closing in on 50%. And as like time continues every day, more and more, like yesterday, the day before yesterday, we had 70% volume sold short. Uh, Yesterday 65.4% sold short. I'm sure today I'll come in pretty high also. But like if you look at this number historically, it decreases the further back you go. towards like March. And so every day they're shorting more, and like the effect based on like what you can see on the charts, the effect of the price change is decreasing. And that's how like so more and more shorting, right? But we're staying level. And so like like you can see the like the fluctuations in the chart, which I'll switch to now. So like if you look back here, we were getting shorted in like the 30% range per day, right? And then 40, 50, like 55-ish, and now 60, 70%. And like, so they're shorting more and more and more, but like the price is staying more and more level, right? Like our drop-offs are becoming less and less extreme. And so that's kind of like how you can correlate the data visually. They have no other choice, Kamer. So it's like short or bankruptcy. And I think like their best hope is that we get bored. No, it'll only count shares that you held as of the 15th of last month. So if you didn't hold the shares after the 15th of last month, 4 shares now or 5 when it dips. It's up to you, man. Julian, I can't tell you. I don't know how much more we're going to dip. Like, we bounced off 160. We have no volume, so it's really hard to say, like, where we're going to go. Somewhere between 160, 250, and 157, I think. So is the other 40% daily shares bought and sold? The options in the mix. It's it's just the other 40% are like bought long or sold. What is TFT? Team Fight Tactics. It's like it's an auto chess game. Advantage to GameStop. They can't manipulate for a recall. Well, after the MOAS, it could be beneficial for them, right? Because like currently, GameStop is undervalued. Like the current price based on the fundamentals and like future looking prospectus, like the stock should be trading much higher, right? But because of the short pressure, the stock's trading down here at 160. And so like the MOAS kind of like if you have high pressure, right? And then the MOAS is like an explosion, and then the pressure will equalize after the explosion, right? So essentially like this stock will trade at a higher level after the MOAS once they've relieved that short pressure. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Is that like a good way of explaining it? Yeah, kind of like a spring. Or like a soda bottle. Think of it like a soda bottle. Or a can of soda. So we got a little can of soda here. And the shorts keep shaking this can of soda. And then the MOAS is somebody opening that soda. And then the flat soda you have afterwards is the actual price of GME. Probably about like 300-ish based on like the float and like competitor stock price. At that point they may like after the MOAS they may issue like a split in order to like improve liquidity. So even without the catalyst, the amount they will be able to move the price down will become so minimal that the cost will outweigh it. I think the cost already does outweigh it. I think that's what the end of the wedge indicated. I think so, like at the end of the MOAS, right? As the pressure finds equilibrium, I think we could go lower, right? We could go lower than the current trading price. Just because of like all the selling from the MOAS, right? Like we could drop below where we're currently trading, but I believe over time, as the volatility decreases, the stock will eventually find its neutral position at a higher price than we are currently trading. Yes. Soda explanation on point. Awesome, Tangy Bits. Glad you enjoyed that. Thank you so much for the donation, man. Need a pickle analogy? I don't have a pressurized pickle analogy. I mean, if it bails out the hedges, like, it'll just postpone the squeeze. It wouldn't, like, stop it, or to give them more time to kick the can down the road. Yeah, that works too, James. Like, like the MOAS would be like if the inflatable ball popped out of the surface of the water, and then, like, when it lands back on the water, that would be, like, kind of the price. Yeah, that's another good analogy. The SEC, DTCC. So the DTCC is like a private organization. They only care about protecting like their own insurance funds. They don't give a shit about any of this. Other than how it affects them. The SEC has always just been super ineffective. I mean, I guess like the best thing I can say for like if you want to see change in the SEC is don't vote for fiscal conservatives, because they tend to remove regulation, and if you want a market that has more regulation, you would want to vote for people. I mean, I don't know, they're all so corrupt that it probably doesn't matter either way, but that would be like the technical way to like affect change there. Thank you, Parrish. I'm glad, but you probably deserved it. BTC is useless. It dropped a bunch because some guy tweeted it uses too much fossil fuels. Yeah, it's got a pretty high electricity cost. I always just assume that's most of where its value came from. What stocks to look at post MOS? Start doing your research now, Neil. Any marijuana stocks that pique my interest? Really. Curaleaf, maybe. Um, British Tobacco, Philip Morris, Altria. The people who will own the American marijuana market. Sentence. I don't I don't know what my last sentence was. To ensure government help? Possibly. I do know that that's probably like an institutional fear of like being the institution that sets it off. Like I think a lot of long funds would probably love to like just set off the MOAS and squeeze the shorts, but I think they might actually be afraid of the effects. Also, being afraid, I like if I were them, I would also be afraid of being like the one to cause it, right? Because like That's some pretty awful PR. AMC trades blessed me with X dollars. Rising tide. Keep up the good work. Thanks, HamG. Look at me making money on AMC still. Thank you so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate it. That helps out a lot, guys. Is there a baby in the background? I don't know what you're talking about, Neil. Heat stocks after bonus. Hedge inflation against inflation with shield silver, and you're good. Oh, you okay? You deserved it. Is that better, Parrish? Oh, cool, Tangy. Like Virginia, right? This Mal Wahlberg, the Max Payne guy. Apparently. By your own solar system. Hedge funds. Hedge funds care about bad PR. Because it's not their tendies. It's other people's tendies. That's why. PR won't matter. Whoever does it blames us. Yeah, I mean, we'll get blamed, but they'll also get blamed, and they don't want to put themselves or their shareholders or investors in that position, right? So whenever anybody asks like, "Oh, why doesn't some billionaire step in and set this off?" That's why. Also, like most billionaires would probably lose as much money as they would make because they tend to be extremely diversified in the markets. Like I'm sure there have been billionaires that are like, "Hey, if I just buy a bunch of this, could I just set this off?" And their financial advisor was probably like, "Yeah, but you're gonna lose an equal amount of money from over here in these investments." And so they're like, "Okay, I'm gonna let it lie." Must load G cards onto a satellite with solar power that orbits while mining. Interesting. Yeah, just like little orbiting. I mean, you can just set up my friends who I was like talking about earlier who has like a small ETH mining like operation. He uses solar. Like he has like a whole solar setup for his mining. But it really like adds a lot to his cost to add more rigs because like for every rig he adds he has to like up that amount of like solar power. Generally satellites are pretty like low energy. Space keeps it cold. That's true. I don't know if like Nvidia cards are designed to operate in space, however. I guess there'd be no issues, but you could have like yeah, actually you probably have issues with like radiation shielding and stuff. It would cost more money than it would be worth, I think. Would be a member. Also, yeah, it's like insanely expensive to launch like even like 1 kilogram of weight into low Earth orbit. AMC's pretty low energy. We know, but we're not gonna. We don't kick things while they're down, right? All right, that looks like a confirmed bounce at 160. I'm gonna update Reddit with that. Let them know, because they might be curious about any dips. Which is a 3090. monetized from Bitcoin using hydropower. That's interesting. Can I have your SSN? No. Has that ever worked, Austin? Come on. It's tempted. It had to be done. I am Jobin blocked me because I sent him VWAP pictures. Thanks, Saucy, for making it happen. I don't do vape tricks because I'm not an edgelord. Yeah. Also, please. It's like people have forgotten basic manners. She should have asked you for your proxy number. For sure. No, Austin, I'm still not giving it to you. Why do you want my bad credit? What are you gonna do with it? Good luck getting a loan. Dance for me, Pickle Man. What happened to the overall market if the MOAS hits 10 million a share? Cause hyperinflation crash. It would definitely crash the market. It would crash all the markets if it hit 10 million a share. And there would definitely be some excessive inflation. It would be a cataclysmic economic event. Oh, cool, some dude. It's a fun game. I like it. It's like if you want to involve yourself mentally, it's like got nice like strategy and planning aspects. And then like if you kind of are just like feeling brain dead that day, you can play it and it's still just fun. Like it's not very high effort and it's on mobile for anybody who wants to know about that. Warning, it's pretty addictive. Just hope we get to the 1 p.m. rip and some volume. Yeah, we'll see. Wait till lunch is over. I could afford the $400,000 bread loaves. Yeah, but like, I don't know. TFV, black hole, interstellar tweets. I'm not sure. I do use the black hole analogy for describing like support resistance a lot. So that's interesting. Maybe he was like talking about that, like, oh, like we're stuck at support resistance when he tweeted them, but I haven't like tried to line up DFE tweets. I'm not that conspiratorial. He's a smart guy. He had a smart investment. I mean, I hope when this is all over, like, unless he wants to be like doxxed and like put himself out there, like I hope everyone just leaves him alone, honestly. I hope he can like just like enjoy a nice life with his family. But do I think that'll happen? No. I think there's definitely some like Redditors out there that are gonna spend their GME attendees trying to hunt him down and harass him. I'm sorry, Gherkin. After Moas, I'm not going to talk to you again. Maybe. What does that even mean? Mark Haley, stop misquoting me. God damn it. Yeah, if I make enough on MOAS, you guys are not going to see me again. And then if I'm live the next morning at 9 a.m., you'll know that something terrible happened. Honestly, the thing that scares me the most is like misclicking as I'm inputting orders. I am scared to death of that because I've done it before, right? And then like I've done that like when I wasn't thinking, but I've also done it like earlier on when I was trading, like when I got nervous. And I'm so afraid that I'm gonna like forget a zero. Like I'm gonna have to check it so many times that the squeeze will be over by the time I sell. I'm gonna have like other people come in the room and be like, that says 15 million, right? And they're gonna be like, no, that's 15,000. And I'll be like, no, it's 7 zeros. It's gonna be a whole thing. My boss is asking to talk to you about my resignation. All right. I don't like this system of misinformation you guys have started. I will just ban everyone. I'll ban everyone. I'll sit in this channel by myself and play TFT. Imagine buying GMET. You're gonna sell your shares of the limit sell? Most likely, yeah, Ray. I will be using limit sells. I'm not really sure on that. There's banks that insure accounts for more than the FDIC limit. Like rich people don't just have like 900 million bank accounts, right? I mean, to be fair, they're usually not super liquid either. Like usually most of their money is tied up in investments, but um oh, it's absolutely your fault, Mark Alien. You don't feel bad about it at all. Sucks after getting rallied by another CPA exam. But yeah, I mean, you can find like personal bankers and stuff that have like higher limits. I think like Chase has like a lot of major banks have like higher limit insured accounts. But like that's not my area of expertise. That would be why you talk to a financial advisor or, you know, attorneys, and how best to secure and protect your attendees so people don't try to eat them. Dump trillions into banks. Oh yeah. Least they could do is dump trillions into GME now. Yeah. Garrett, don't give like that's pretty direct like financial advice, even though you're saying not financial advice. How about this for 17 the goat? Um, Go see a professional that is, you know, registered and insured to advise you on these types of matters. And don't listen to fucking people on the internet. When am I going to start drawing that market manipulation? Not yet. The time isn't right. I'll draw it when it needs to be drawn. A boot flock. Thanks for all your amazing free knowledge. Very much appreciated. Oh, you're welcome. What do you think happened to GME subs after MOAS? My bet is on total deterioration. I think it'll be a lot of like gain porn, and then yeah, they'll just dry up and disappear. But they'll be active for like probably a few months afterwards. Yeah, so if you guys are getting any ads, I really hate this. But if you guys are getting like financial ads that are like promising you money, just remember that that con is like as old as time. If someone's charging you money to make you money, they're a goddamn liar. Like 100% of the time, they're lying con men or women. Because if anybody had a secret like that, they would never give it away for free, or for they would never give it away. They would just use it to increase their own wealth exponentially. They wouldn't share it with the world. We've seen Wolf of Wall Street. Watch it again, and then again, and then read the book because it's better. Yeah, I'm not responsible for any of you smooth brains not fully listening to the things I say. No, they don't want you to get rich. They want to get rich off you hoping you'll get rich. I charge myself for making money for the. Yeah, it's always like drop shipping or MLM. It's all bullshit. No matter how good of a deal you think it is, it's a lie. People have been doing it forever, and for some reason, people are suckered into it every day. Look at Ponzi schemes. I mean, even the rich get suckered in. That's because the psychology of having absolute shitloads of money um, defies your own internal like reasoning and logic. Absolutely cool, Daddy. Because if they're taking profits, they're proving they can make you rich, right? Like a percentage of the profits. But if they're demanding a flat fee, they're gonna get rich, but you're not. The distribution center, I don't even think was like news from GameStop. I think media, like some media, just picked up on it. The thing is getting over the mistrust in the bank systems. Well, the banks are very trustworthy if you're super rich because they want to, like, they desire your business. It changes the incentive. Why are we not at view up? Because we have no volume. Our volume's like totally dried up. Like we were at like almost 3 million back here, and now we're like slightly over 3 million. If I switch the candlesticks, that's the only thing with Hankanashi is it's like hard to see where volume's dead. But yeah, like you can see, like the volume got real choppy all through here, like almost non-existent at some points. Would it be market manipulation? No, absolutely not. But silly. very silly. A boot flock. Is everyone here subscribed? It's close to 2K. Really? I didn't know that. How close to 2K am I? That's so cool. You guys are awesome. That'd be really awesome if we hit 2K subscribers today. I'd be stoked. I can unsub and then sub again. I don't think that helps the numbers. Synthetic subs. I don't want to do that. I feel like a lot of other guys do that though. Take a look at historical volatility percentile. Why? I don't need to. I understand that like train spotting's using that indicator, but it's the same as like what you'll find out like the more you guys get into technical analysis and like looking at the markets is that like a lot of the indicators read the same thing. So like TTM squeeze is also like a really indicator of like historic volatility and upcoming volatility. Like it kind of follows just the same metrics. BBKC is as well on large enough time scales. Head and shoulders. A little bit, yeah, a little bit of one. We could come down to like 157 now. That's pretty well defined. This was also a head and shoulders, which somebody in chat called out earlier, but it was very like choppy, right? Like because there was more buy pressure, so like through this area here, like it looked for a chance to like break out and just continue that uptrend. And then like when it broke, like it almost broke through. And then it was also weird too because this high wasn't really equal with this one; it was higher. So like the buy pressure was more ramped up on this like head and shoulders. So it like when the buy pressure is more ramped up, they kind of form like that. Like they're more angled, I want to say. And then when the buy pressure is lower, they kind of like they can kind of like they'll be like a little more stable. But also like when the buy pressure is higher, you don't get like a perfect head and shoulders, and so like the accuracy of the indicator is lowered. How are we feeling about a big power hour push? We could see that, Ryan. Bull side looked pretty interested in keeping us off of max pain. So yeah, I think we could see some push throughout the later half of the day, much like yesterday. Oh, I mean, I'll watch every minute candle no matter what. I'm stoked. You're making all of this up. Max pain, I believe, is currently at 155, but I'll double check. Huh, I'm not sure. Why can't I find max pan right now? Annoying. Okay. For some reason, the place I usually look for max pan is not displaying it currently. Someone give me max pan real quick, or like a link. Having an issue with the website I use. Thanks for the subscription, Mitchell. Appreciate it. I knew if we hit 170, there's another 60 or 6,000 options in the money. Max Payne's 155 still. Okay. Oh, thank you. Secure. Yeah. Max Payne's okay. Just this is the site I use, but now it's working for some reason. Or my bookmark's like not working. Yeah, Max Payne's at 155 right now. What's max VWAP today? There's no upper limit on VWAP. Above 170 is pretty nuts, actually. Like, if we cross 170, I think we could get... Especially if we do it, like, before Power Hour. That could be pretty crazy. But I think we're going to break down right now. What's the market doing? Yeah, yes, came down. Mara came way down. Woo. I should have been paying attention to that. How much am I down on that? I'm closing that. I should have put a stop loss in. MVIS. I'll hold. Oof. That was rough. I lost 14% on that. I did not have a stop loss in. This goes above the shoulder. So, for a head and shoulders, you're looking for a low high, a higher high, and then a low high again. And then it should drop off like 82% of the time. Sometimes they can bounce there and then do it like form another new high. If they do bounce at the end, like if the head and shoulders is false, they usually bounce higher, which is interesting. But it's only like an 18% chance. It happens though. It could be Patrick. There's a lot of if we hit 200, there's a ton of open interest at 200. So it could really take off. Yeah, I actually saw that, Rick. Volume isn't discussed in the Bible. But what could also happen here is that, like, because see, so we can form this weaker like shoulder and then drop off from that. So you'd want to see this, like, if there was the 18% was occurring, like you would want to see this go above this resistance, right? So if it went up to like here, then that would indicate uptrend. The price doesn't come down 80%. It has an 83% chance to be an accurate indicator. The price usually returns to a previous resistance level. So like I guess like earlier I was saying like this one kind of formed. And then we could like drop, so we could drop to like here, which is kind of where we dropped to. Or here. See how like this is like a kind of a support level here at 160. It's also a psychological support. Yeah, there's a chance. They can break to the upside. Yeah, the price isn't going to drop 83% off of Head and Shoulders. That'd be insane. That'd be like a huge, huge, huge price drop. Who would sell at 1160? I don't know. Somebody probably. Someone say chance. No one said chance, but hey, what's up? we're discussing chance as odds, not as a name, but it's the same depending on what side you're on. Yeah, they're the same. That'd be super awesome if I could hit 2K subscribers today, but if we don't, yeah, there's always Monday. Or the video DD from this weekend. Dun, dun, dun. That usually picks me up like 3 subscribers or something. I actually don't know. I don't pay that much attention to it. It's cool though. It sounds cool to be like, oh, 2K subscribers, yeah. Then I can like flaunt in front of like 1K subscriber people. I'll be like, look at me. I really appreciate all the subscriptions, guys, the support, the likes, hanging out in here with me all day. It's really awesome. 2K Gurks abandoned after Moas. Now, if you want to know my predictions for the Dillionaires subreddit, I think that will carry on forever. Because it's about more than just GME. It's about the friends we made on the way. Look at me, Gherkinit. mm. So I have no idea who's in charge of that subreddit. What's up, Elliot? Not to toot my own pickle, but I've been here since day one. Awesome. I just spoke to VWAP and he told me 800 EOD. You can't speak to VWAP. It's yeah, FOMO is like one of the strongest market tools, both directions, up and down. Tillionaires never die. VWAP speaks through us all. I know, Vic. Oh man, look at the sell wall. They're putting up a nice little sell wall. Keep us below 162. They're getting ready. 162 and 165. They want us to fight. didn't have, I had goodies. How did the gym move a bit? Being in charge of cat spamming. That's awesome, Diesel Squid Kettle. I'm so much more interested, or well, not interested, but like impressed by the viewers that hang out here who like don't own any stocks whatsoever. They're just here for the show. I find that so intriguing. Because like if I stumbled across a channel about something that I wasn't interested in at all, like the entertainment value must be so high to like maintain a viewership of people that don't own the stock. Oh, I have stocks. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Nobody actually. There's people here who don't own the stock, and I've had them like message me. I'm like, hey, I don't own any stocks, but I love your channel, and I'm like, okay, that's super cool, man. You make announcements about the price if the stock is trading near VWAP and your sexy voice. That would totally make my Friday more fun at work. But we're not trading near VWAP right now. But I'll let you know if we approach it. Thank you for the donation. Are you not infotained? Yeah, volume's real dry right now. It's all good. What's up, Ian? Welcome back. Whisper into the mic. What do you want me to say? Do not quit your jobs. That is not the advice I'm giving. I mean, if we finish above 170, I think next week's going to be nuts. Secure Apes spamming the disclaimer. I love it. Dude, I couldn't have picked a better mod. Like, just everyone, quick shout out to Secure for being the ultimate one-man mod. Because he is. It's okay, Tom. You can stay. You never know what'll happen on this channel. Pickle does not provide vocational advice. There was like a little AMC rant this morning, but it was small. I'm now at the point where I'm starting to feel bad for people who are holding AMC. So we don't punch down, guys. Oh, just for you guys in the Discord, we're trading at 161.11. We might be breaking up from a distinct head and shoulders pattern, but we have zero volume. Zero. So I'm not sure where the stock's going to go. It's hard to tell when no one's buying or selling it. It's an 8 mod numero. left businesses because of MOAS. Yeah, dude. I mean, imagine, but think about like the benefit to society, right? So many people are going to quit their jobs because of MOAS that like those jobs are going to have to start paying more money to get new people in. So I think overall that's a good thing. Net positive. Daniel Taylor, I haven't seen him in here today at all, but I think he's probably just busy with work. You know, he's got a lot of like advertising contacts he has to make throughout the day, so he's probably hanging out in the Discord. But usually, if you say his name, he'll appear like a genie. You have to rub his lamp. Financial security is all I want. Yeah, I know. A lot of places like restaurants are starting to pay more, which is good because like I've worked at restaurants and let me tell you, they don't pay well. They tip your servers. Don't be a douche. Do I tip on takeout? I do, but not as much. Yeah, if you can't afford to tip, don't go out. Like eat at home. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't live in Europe. Gherkin hates America. I don't hate America. I just think like most of America is kind of undereducated and ignorant. And I hate that. But that's like a solvable problem. Yeah, this country needs a lot of work. Like so when I was little, like here's a fun tale of pickle times. Whoa. Um well, I think willful ignorance comes from a lack of like education, right? Yes, obviously it's in the interest of people in power to keep people uneducated. Hold on. Pickle tales. So when I was younger, I went to school in England for like 3 years or something. Um, and then when I came back to America, I like continued my education here. And like just like the STEM stuff, like the science and math from like that I learned in England, I didn't learn that stuff again in America until high school. It put me like so far ahead of my classmates. It was a joke. And like that was just like over the course of 3 years. And that just like confirmed my bias that American education is complete crap. Like we were doing like algebra and like level 5 there. And like that was like 10th grade here. I did used to be younger. what I think education gives is like the gift of being able to see an opinion divergent from your own and consider its merits before just immediately dismissing it. And like I came back to like New York City, which has arguably like one of the best education systems in the country for like K through 12, and it was infinitely worse than the education I was receiving in England. And I went to like when I first came back here, I went to a private school too. I'm currently the oldest I've ever been as well. You get like no, like we weren't doing like basic like algebra like x plus 2. We were doing like factors and stuff. Hey, watch your mouth. I went to public school in the US and I turned out meh. Yeah, I was poor. I went there on a scholarship. Speaking of English accent, I don't know if I could anymore. It's been so long. I'd be afraid to. I feel like I'd sound like an idiot. I actually really liked the UK, but I was a little kid, so like, obviously, like my opinions as an adult would be different, right? Are you Harry Potter? No. Do you ever beat your kid? No. You're a pickle, Harry. Oh, I love it. So we did actually break up from that Head and Shoulders, by the way, guys. 18%. Look at us go, defying the odds. GME wants to grow organically. It does want to. It does. The GME's price wants to go up, like in an intrinsic way. Thanks, Benjamin. Don't feel obligated to sit through ads. I don't know if they pay me that much. Like I have seen no data from YouTube on what I get paid for you guys watching these ads. But if it's pennies, like don't waste your time. It's more valuable than that. She justifies gravity. It's not held down. Yeah, pretty much at this point, James. That's not even a joke. That's like actually true. If there's no sell side pressure and no buy side pressure, for some reason the price keeps going up. At equilibrium, the price increases. Some kids are skipping. I skipped grades when I came back here, but that left me in like a really shitty position when I got to high school because I was like a lot younger than my classmates, and like when I went to school, like they didn't have this whole like anti-bullying thing. They were just uh, toughens them up kind of mentality, right? And like or at least the school I went to still had that mentality, and so like it was rough. It was rough until I got taller. I do, however, think that there's probably like some sort of good balance between absolutely no bullying and like over the top bullying. bet none of the asshats don't have almost 2K subs. It could have been it, Jamo. I don't know. Partner, let me get a cookie sponsor. Yeah, if he wants to sponsor the stream, I don't partake in his products, but I'm pretty sure they're just a clothing company anyway. Dude, no way. Really? 2K subs? Pickle Story did it? Victor, look at EJH. I'll take a look. What's going on with that? eHome Household Service Holding? What the hell is this? It's suspended. But is it suspended due to like price increase? Like what are they? Do you even know? Do they have a profile? It's just like some weird Chinese SPAC or something. I don't know. Like it's probably like a pump and dump, honestly. Sure, why not? I'm gonna brand myself after the MOAS. So this is the real reason I started the stream, guys. I'm just gonna brand myself as an influencer after the MOAS and like go the Kim Kardashian route. That's my like long-term wealth plan. You bastard. Daniel Taylor, stop shilling TD Ameritrade. You're gonna date basketball players? If that's what it takes. eHome or an esports organization? Really? Because that's not what their description says. No, I'm just gonna come out with like my own pickle themed clothing line at Kohl's. Like my own like eau de toilette. You know, like I'm gonna just like merchandise myself to the max and put my entire life on public display. Eau de Dill, yes. I'd buy the hat. See, I've already got customers. Actually, one of the viewers has like a print shop, and they were like talking to me about, like they said they were interested, but they didn't. I don't think they DM'd me. If you're out there, print shop, let me know. Brian subject loan. Also, for those of you guys listening in on Discord, we're trading at 161.33, down 1.93% on the day, heading back towards VWAP. I got a sticker lady? That's weird. I don't know what that means. She makes stickers? Cell walls? 163. Does anyone know when we get to see the votes? No. Probably the shareholder meeting. But they may not, like, they may just say what won and what didn't. Like, they may not give, like, the exact count. I don't know. Go Up is my favorite radio station. Using t-shirts that we would all buy. That'd be cool. I knew this was gonna happen though, and then everyone who's been here since day one is gonna be like, oh yeah, Gherkinit started selling merch and shilling Tiblio. I volunteer to be your PR manager. I've already started shilling him. Yeah, the check's in the mail, Daniel. That's right. All of my financial literacy, and I still use checks. Ugh. I didn't like that. Remember when you only had half a face? I do. Before the green screen? That was actually donated by a viewer like you. Ask this Korean gamer that got kicked out of Twitch to join your channel talking about stocks. Miguel, you seem to be like a big fan of this Velvet person. I think you should speak your mind. Let her know. Something something never won fair made. Sounded like PBS. It was supposed to. Tell her you love her before it's too late. You would gain Insta fans like crazy. I'd have to have an Instagram first, wouldn't I? Fix your graphics card. It's red again. It's in colorblind mode. Parish. Try to be inclusive for colorblind viewers. Faint Heart. That's it. Faint Heart never won fair made. Jamma knows where it's at. Clearly a divorce lawyer. Secure Ape deserves a merch percent. I gotta figure out something with that, because Secure Ape definitely deserves something. The work he does in here is phenomenal. Like, if I had to choose again, I would choose him. Like, there's nobody I would choose above him as a mod. He's, like, 500 subscribers, 1,000 subscribers, 2,000 subscribers almost. And he's just on top of it. And I feel like this guy's also doing a job, like a real job, simultaneously. I don't trust the Daniels as far as I can throw them. Daniel Rock. I'm going to open up a merch shop on Ko-Fi. Why not Daniel Taylor as a mod? Well, Daniel Taylor's not always in here all day. He has a job. And then, second of all, I don't trust him at all. He's just going to turn this into a TD Ameritrade channel. Anybody who doesn't support TD Ameritrade, he's going to ban. He has an ulterior motive. Secure mostly pure. Mostly pure motives. And there's sure you won't invest in for moral or societal reasons? Not at all. Why do you stay away from as good as long as it's profitable? Yeah, so I'll invest in anything that's profitable. There's just industries I don't trust. And ironically, those industries tend to align with common perceptions of good and evil. So, like, good industries tend to be more trustworthy than shady ones. Like, I don't invest in fracking or oil exploration because they're shady AF. Also, not good guys. So it's a win-win for me on a moral platform. Is it true you shill for AMC? I don't. Not yet. Once AMC gets down to like $5 or wherever it's headed, then I'll start shilling for them. Be like, guys, let me talk to you about AMC. Schedules while working with engineers on permitting and management company's estimating department. Dude, You are a beacon of efficiency, sir. Should we invest in water? I don't know. Is Michael Burry crazy? Probably. Is it true AMC is worth $50? Moonwind. If they buy back all their shares with the money they just got, maybe that's their plan. They're gonna get all this money, and then when the stock hits $5, they're gonna buy back their entire, like almost their entire float, and squeeze the shorts out. Did Adabit confirm he saw your version of the AMA? I don't think so, but it looked like his facial reactions when I was doing things made it seem like he was watching my stream or had some knowledge of what I was doing. Because there was something I did and he like started laughing. Like there was no reason for him to laugh in context. Let's buy a fleet with the tendies. I hear RuPaul fracks AMC. I don't know what RuPaul does. Zen hands are true Zen hands. Oh yeah, he did, didn't he? My ego is ridiculous. Thank you, Vecna. Or are you talking to Secure? I don't know. Both of us have huge egos. Don't you dare hurt them in any way. Watch that Zen talk. I'll ban you all. Get rid of the little wrench, Daniel Taylor. All right, you're not a mod. Are we gonna print shop on weekends? What do you need? More than you can produce in a print shop on weekends. I need to talk to your boss. For some reason, like I imagine this world where all the Dans team up together and like find negative viewers and chase them around on social media trying to sell them products they don't want. And I think that's a perfect world. And it's definitely one I want to live in. Well, thank you, Vecna. I appreciate that. Like cherries and Rick and Morty. No, they're too aligned in their vision, Rudy. They're not going to fight each other. The more Dans the more Dans they find, the stronger they get. It's a hive mind. Dan Travolta. Vecna in here accused me of being egotistical. I'll have you know that I'm the perfect balance of egotism and humbleness, which is something somebody with a gigantic ego would say. Hmm. Best in 2022 to change Capitol Hill. A lot. Politicians are like the most expensive commodity. Are we consolidating? I hope so. I think we're just not trading. Okay, Renzer. Yeah, I mean, that seems, if you're like, as long as you're okay with the risk, then I don't see a problem with it. Difference between egotistical and confident. Mistakes often in our society where we are encouraged to be unsure. I'm not conceited. That's a flaw, and I have none. Have you ever seen Alan Partridge? Great Dan reference in that. Yeah, the Dans are definitely consolidating in the chat right now. Yeah, they dumped. It looks like they actually dumped some volume on this candle, like 6,000. But the effective price change was 12 cents. 12-cent price change. So not a lot. Dans are verging into overbought. Yeah, the volume's super dead right now, Triskelion. VWAP grants me all the power I need. Dans are about to golden cross as their moving average converge. Ugh. Weak. Weak, weak, weak. Oh, so that's like when I was talking to you guys, like in the video DD about the exit strategy. This is like one of the other outcomes, right? Like I showed you the one yesterday where like you break up, right? But like say this is the peak, like this is for like in the MOAS. Say this is the peak, right? And we start to see this downward trend. And then like then they can break down, right? Also. So like last time they broke up, and you don't know which way they'll really break because of the volatility at that point. And so like this is like where like I would be looking for a sell target, right? Is like it went to change, right? But like again, I wouldn't sell like 100% of my position there, right? But like some, and then I would wait for the reversion to play out and like see where it goes, right? Just a little tidbit. Coworkers are asking me why I'm screaming. I thought you had social anxiety, Daniel Rock. Now you're screaming in public? What have we done to you? I think Dans are tanking the stock with their autistic shouting. Volume pickling up. How do I know I'm on the peak? Well, because you'll see the downtrend, right? So like you can't this is the common mistake is people trying to sell here. Like because right, like if you try to sell this, like this can just keep going, right? You get another candle, another candle, another candle, and then you've just sold like super low. And so you wait for like this downtrend, right? And then it picks up, and then you confirm the downtrend, and then like it continues, right? But yeah, if you try to like time the peak, you can just screw yourself. It's usually bad advice to try to like aim your sell exactly at the peak because you don't know where it is, right? Also, like these can break down just like this and then break to the upside and then keep going up. And so if you sold like, and that's why you don't sell like 100% of your position in one spot, because if you try to like time this peak, you sold here, and now the stock's like $100,000 higher over here, and you just lost all that money in between. $165. Dan Bubble confirmed. The Dans are getting real worked up in chat right now. Yeah, that's my theory. I'll sell on the wrong peak. Anybody paying a cable company for quality content is making a terrible investment. I didn't even know people still had cable. I guess sports, is that the reason to still have cable? I mean, I have to pay a cable company for my internet, and it makes me angry every month. Okay, Secure, I think you need to start timing out the Dans before they merge. This looks gross. So, all right, I think this breakdown here, if it continues, I think this could be... I'm going to update Reddit with that real quick. I don't think I've been over there in a minute. Dan's, get in line. Don't make me do it. Dan's are inevitable. Did I do anything to the price? You're tanking the price with your weird Dan stuff you guys have going on. Try that arrow up or dragging down the candles. I'm just telling you what's happening. You have to remember that there's for each of us, there's an entire other group of people that want the price down here at 155, right? And they're currently winning. Like this is them winning. Of course I want the price to go. Here, I'll bolster it with a tiny rocket. And a pickle. Pickle rocket. You closes. But also by like dropping the price, right? Then the bulls get excited. They pop up and they're like, moo. Or whatever bulls noise bulls make. And so they're down here like just jacked. And so if they drop the price low enough that the bulls would get like excited, then the bulls go, ooh, let's push this up. This is Markets 101 for kindergartners. And thus the battle continues. This is how the price goes up and down. Yes, Andrew Zimmer. That was a well. It started off as kind of like a dog, and then I put longer horns on it. Bull's gonna move. Yeah, it's my middle name. You'd have to know my first name, right? Yeah, I don't eat at Popeyes for that exact reason, Secure. Seems like the Dans have calmed down after they expended all their energy. First name Dill. Last name Gherkinit. Like a Chet or a Marcus. Wow. Way off. I know it does, Andrew. I don't care. You have to do that. It's like transparency for credit cards. Unless you have an LLC, which I don't. I wasn't born in England. I was born in the US. I lived in England for a long time. I know, Daniel. I'm just lazy. You look like a Giovanni. You hear your best British accent. Probably not. Just because you've asked for it. I might have done it otherwise. But now that you've asked, I'm going to be very sure to try not to. No matter how excited I get or titillated. Yeah, how come the word, like, everyone's going on about their tits being jacked, but no one's used the word titillated anywhere? And titillated is the PG version of that, right? Who wins in the fight between Dan's and WeBull? I can't spell that. Who's your favorite Dan? Daniel Taylor. He's the most transparent. But I like Daniel Rock too. Dan Travolta, I don't trust him. My jacks are titillated. Thanks, Stonks. I'm glad I got through to somebody who wasn't mixed up in the Battle of the Dans. What are things MMs do to make the price tanks the max fan so much so they can short so much? No, the MMs, like, market makers care about the options being out of, and they'll like use capital to ensure that max pain exists, right? That's why options have like odds, because like they want to, like, they use their buy sell pressure to ensure that like the most options are out of the money. That's like where they make their profits, whether that be short or long. They don't care about either side. They're right in the middle. I think you never picked up on my anxiety not being real at the beginning, and that confused you? Oh, I picked up on it. I knew it was false. Because if you had that much anxiety, you wouldn't be commenting in chat. Creates dillionaires. Danionaires subreddit? Oh god, we're fracturing too much. We've already got an accidental GME dillionaires subreddit and a dillionaires subreddit. And now we're gonna have a Danionaires. Tomorrow morning, Dan's live markets at 9 a.m. Thanks, Secure. Yeah, so that's the subreddit for all of you guys that want to check that out or follow it. That is the Dillionaires subreddit for this stream. Where all the Dillionaires can hang out and discuss things that might not be allowed on the stream, but are perfectly acceptable on Reddit. We haven't missed anything. It's just, this isn't very exciting. I just joined the club. For any of you guys listening in, we're trading now at 159.71. Closer to that 157 resistance. But we're breaking away ever so slightly. This is just out of control. Okay, they're starting up again, Secure. It's time to start timing out the Dans. No, that will make me anxious. Damn, Secure dropping the Dan hammer. God damn, there's so many of them. Dan Force leader. He took out the leader, Secure. He's taking him down. Oh, this is too great. This is the kind of fun we have in here, guys. We stop the Dan uprisings. We stomp them out mercilessly. 4 weeks till shareholders. Secure Ape. We need a tag for you. The Dan Hammer. Hashtag Bandan. Jean-Claude Bandan. Wielder of the Dan Hammer. Gonna be one cheap call on the solar stock I follow and see how it plays out over the next week long. Wish me brain wrinkles. Absolutely, Wind Willie. Good luck with that, man. Why not Dan Drew Zimmer? Did he change his name? Everybody stop becoming Dans, okay? Because it'll just be me and Secure Ape in here. I love you, Dans. I'm sorry. I mean, they're just timed out. They're going to be back. It's like 5 minutes. Oh, God, he's got alternate YouTube accounts. You can't stop me. I'm immortal. Oh, this is great. This is the most fun I've had all day. The Dans are really keeping it interesting in here today. It's holding up banned on stream. Dude, no, I got 11 yesterday. I need one more downvote today to break even. And keep them natural. Don't just add a downvote. Dan's your salvation on sideways days. I have become Dan. Oh God, no. They're multiplying. Oh, this is too funny. Call it Dan vote. I can't keep the down vote. Move it back. No, the Dans aren't interns anywhere. They're paid professionals, at least associate level. I've got Dans. They're multiplying. No, no one's made a permanent. Goddamn Van Dandrew. Is everybody who's like Ferdinand? Oh wow, it's really coming down on me. And we're moving up, guys. In other news, our stock's moving again. I won't say our stock, but the stock we're watching is moving to the upside. We did Dan Turtling Turtle Turkler. It's so funny seeing everyone put Dan in their name. Dan Band was the catalyst. Thanks, James. Oh, it's out of control. By the end of the day, everybody in chat's going to be named Dan. Until the interest dies off. This is the current news cycle we're on. So just keep hammering. Dan, release your power on GMEs now. Really think it'll... Do I really think what'll take that long, Parrish? Buy volume brought to you by Dan's. Seymour, do you mean that it's just too low effort? can't wait to watch this part of the movie. Imagine if this is the Moas. If the power of the Dans created the Moas. To reel this in even if I wanted to. No, it's too far gone. Don't think I didn't like realize what would happen as soon as we started Dan hammering. I hope everyone with a real job right now is just trying to stifle laughter and their coworkers think they're insane. They got to me. You have no idea. That's great. Yep, Streisand effect in action, people. You're watching it here. Look at all this Dan FOMO. You can't stop me. Dude, Cool Daddy, be honest. Your productivity's been 10% for the last 2 weeks. Grizzled Prime Dan. Oh, God. What's up, Grizzled? I see you in here. Welcome back. Oh, man. I love what I've caused and I hate it at the same time. Couple. This is ridiculous. People are gonna come in here and be like, why the fuck are all these people named Dan? How's your ego now, Professor Pickle? Through the roof. We're moving up to test VWAP now. Trading at 160.79 on the intraday. We have a secret Dan shake. All right, I'm over the Dan thing. Moving on. You got to know when it's over, guys. That's the most important thing about great comedy. Looks like we're starting to trend back up. Lunch on me if you pull the plug on the dance. Thanks, DMCG. I appreciate the donation, man. I don't know if I can. It might be out of control at this point. It might be too late. I was trying to hear that voice. I should just see if I clicked on an ad or something. Dogecoin up 36%? Really? Ooh, nice. Yay! My Doge is worth money again. Cool. Clearly, I sold that at the wrong time. Well, whatever. I hit my risk limit. I guess I would have turned around on it, but. The cover for your video is legendary. Oh, like the intro screen? Yeah. It was just like a nice shout out to the Dillionaires subreddit. Paper handing the Dogecoin? No, I haven't sold my Doge. I'm waiting for it to get to $1, at least, before I sell any. Do you super trend? No, not usually. Super trends is supposed to be like a combination of indicators, but I don't like it. It throws like false signals a lot. Finish at 160 instead of 165. 150. Yeah, I mean, like, someone will be upset, but obviously, like, we'd want to break further towards, like, the bull side of Max Payne. Oh, slow. My brain's going slow on me. MACD on the monthly. Why would I look at monthly MACD? That's insane. That's such a huge time scale. Just up. I mean, because like I said in the due diligencer this week, we've just begun the squeeze. MACD on the monthly looking real bullish. Like, I don't know what you want me to say there. Oh, we're so close to a crossover on the daily, though. That would be good. I'd like to see that happen. Ignore the MACD on the 1 minute. It's a useless short-term indicator. Probably also real bullish. I love Dan's post from yesterday. You don't even want to know what's happened in here with the Dans. That's okay, Daniel. That was a good time. I enjoyed the Dan thing that we did there. Lifted some of the boredom of the day. Question: GME would want to announce as early as possible a share recall. They would need to have shares accounted for before the shareholder meeting, right? No. Wait, hold on. Let me read your question again. To announce as early as possible a share recall. Yes. So ideally, because then they wouldn't have to reschedule the shareholder meeting. Like if they can get it far enough out, then they wouldn't have to reschedule the shareholder meeting, which is beneficial, obviously. At first, please add some options if the count is over 100% too. Yeah. How would you know if they counted all the shares? If there's like millions of more shares, the number of votes would exceed the float, because like if there's synthetic shorts, right, that means that people are being sold synthetic longs as well. Like if there's no float left, like I could buy GME right now, right, but if the float's gone, I'm going to be issued kind of like an IOU for that share, right? And I can still vote that share, and so the votes would exceed the float, and that would reveal naked shorting. And then if they do a share recall, they're able to they would be able to see those naked shorts and their positions, and so the shorts would cover in order to not be caught naked short selling. It's all about not being caught. That's the key. Your VWAP is dangling. Yeah, it's been kind of a boring day. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, volume's still better than it was like the last 2 weeks, But we had the Union of Dans occur in here. That was interesting. And then we've talked about things. We had some pickle stories. And they see him trying to become a billionaire. Rude. Can you tell me more about that? How do you see it? Smooth brain. Yeah, sure, toxic. So essentially, if you look at the monthly chart, for those of you that have seen this before, I'm just gonna go over it one more time. If you look at the monthly chart, the shorting on GME, like the predatory shorting in order to bankrupt the company and get them out of business, began here in 2015, right? And you can see, like, if you pull up OBV, you can see that their shorting was really effective, right? So, like, you can see the decline on balance volume traded over this period all the way up until 2020 or 2019, at which point some institutions bought in, seeing the long value in GameStop, which caused the price to like jump over the next few months. And so basically all these short positions from here to here got locked in, right? Now these short positions from here to here were still pretty safe, but then that run up in January occurred, that like initial little jump, and that cemented these short positions, kind of trapping them in their trade, because like at this point the losses were at like 560 some odd percent, and now where we're trading now up here, they're at like a 5,000 like 200% loss. So there's no way for them to cover, right? Because as you cover, your loss increases when you're covering a large short position. Because like you have to buy shares on the open market, and then when you buy shares, the price goes up. And so like that 5,200% could just increase astronomically as you buy those positions back, right? So they have no way out except to get the stock back down to here where they were shorting it, right? And so that's so like what I think is like eventually they're going to have to cover, right? And so we've come up to here, and they were able to stall it with the fuckery that occurred back in January with Robinhood and everything. And they were able to stall it, and we've been kind of consolidating since that stall. And then as soon as anybody attempts to cover again, we're just going to have a repeat of the action, except now we're not starting at $3, right? We're starting at like it's going to begin at like 400. And so if you look at like that price increase and then compare it to where we're headed, that should give you an idea of what I think is happening now. I wish that was today's chart. We all do. But it's okay. We have all the time in the world. Oh, thank you so much for the donation, Toxic. If you want some more information on that, you can look at the DD from this week that I have pinned to my profile, and I kind of go in depth onto why they're trapped and why they're continuing to double down on that position and how lenders are making that possible. That's kind of long for the stream, but yeah, I'm streaming Monday, 9 a.m. as always. I need that clip there to show some people. For sure, man. Hedges and slowly cover positions one share at a time to reduce price action. So, like, not one share at a time, but like, say they try to like buy back their position over time, right? The problem with that is like by putting in those sell orders, you have this constant up pressure, right? So the stock would just go like this, and we haven't been doing that, and that's how you can tell they haven't been covering, right? Because like our price action from January would just look like that if they were trying to cover. But it hasn't. In fact, they've shorted even more. And as the data shows, they continue to short more every day as they lose grip on those positions. So I hope that helps you understand that. But yeah, that's how we know they didn't cover. Actually, that run up, if you look back at it, that run up in January, this is FOMO. They were shorting this entire thing. This was like 54% short interest. This whole run up or more, right? So they were shorting all the way up trying to stop that price movement. And this was just all FOMO. This was just retail buying in and people getting excited. I suspect at the time that their margin call was going to trigger somewhere above like 400, right? And that's why Robinhood cut trading in order to suppress the FOMO. So Robinhood didn't cut trading to stop people from selling or anything like that. They did it to stop FOMO. In case anybody's wondering how powerful of a tool FOMO is, that is why they did that. So they risked inevitable like fraud charges in order to stop FOMO. So they were willing to throw Robinhood under the bus. And they were willing to give Melvin Capital like $3 billion, and Melvin Capital spent $4 billion of their own money in order to stop this from reaching a margin call for larger short positions. And so what kind of happened is we got like the squeeze got kind of nipped in the bud here. And so we haven't fallen back to these price levels because the squeeze hasn't happened yet, right? And so like the squeeze must be brought to completion. Like I told you with that analogy earlier about the pressure, until the pressure reaches equilibrium, the price can't go back down, or it can't settle at the level it needs to be at. I doubt it, AP. A bribe, like it wasn't a bribe. It was so that Melvin could dodge a margin call. And like initially a lot of people suspected that Melvin had been margin called and that Robinhood had like capitalization liquidity issues. And the DTCC confirmed in the last House Financial Services Committee meeting that that was not the case, which was really interesting because that kind of like confirms the thesis that they haven't, in my mind, it confirms a bit of the thesis that they haven't covered. I mean, it's not definitive proof in any way, but highly suspect. Also, they kept moving his mic further away, which I thought was weird. I mean, if you want to buy more, buy more. If you don't, don't. Your financial decisions are not up to me. It's making too much sense. Doesn't have to hit 400 now for a margin call, does it? I see a lot of theories. So it could have decreased. I don't know if that's entirely true because that kind of information is based on the shareholder lender agreement, the SLA between the lender who lends the shares and the short entity borrowing them. And generally when like big money is involved, these are negotiated over a long period of time in order to benefit both parties, or so both parties feel that they're receiving due benefit from that contract. And so like sometimes the margin requirements on those contracts can be really high. They could be stable. They may not decrease over time. We don't know, but the lenders are definitely in a position to benefit off of the squeeze. because the lenders keep accruing collateral, right? They keep accruing collateral from these short positions, these short interests or entities, right? And in return, the entities get shares. But if the entities default on those shares, the lenders keep the collateral, right? And they get their shares back. So these are the people in trouble in the event of a default. Not only do they have to cover, but then they have to cover their loan to the lender who's going to take their collateral. So it's essentially like the lenders are doing to the shorts what the shorts were attempting to do to GameStop. Remember, there's always bigger money trying to take your money in the market. Classic loan sharking. Absolutely. Yeah, but they passed the second component, antimatter particle, which was the reason they were loaned $1 billion that morning. They passed it that morning and they restricted buying for the rest of the day. But what Vlad Tenev said in the original House Financial Services Committee meeting was that they were restricted during that whole time period, which was a lie. I would say reasonably that without taking into account the possibility for like the interest gain on the margin causing the margin call price to decrease, I would say that the margin call is somewhere between $500 and $800. Like, we don't know how close they got before they restricted trading to being margin called. You guys can, I mean, like, I don't care if you guys talk about Warden. God, it's silly. I don't have any animosity. Did they unfreeze it? Is it still running? I mean, if you're in on it, like, awesome. It looks like it hit 148 and it might be coming back down now. So, but if it breaks loose of that, I mean, it could just keep going. Who knows? Sky's the limit. I'd be very wary though. That's you're chasing really hard at that point. Which just means someone is lying. Yeah. I mean, Melvin's not gone. Melvin still has 8 billion in controlled assets. They also very interestingly filed their 13H like privately, or 13F. 13A was it? Might have been 13A. Short hedge funds are monolithic. I mean, they definitely control a lot of capital. Where are your video DDs? In the video DDs playlist on this channel. I want to see repercussions for lying to Congress. Pfft, never. People lie to Congress all the time. Just watch any congressional hearing. It's apparently some Chinese, like, I think esports SPAC. I don't know. I wouldn't throw money at it. It looks risky as hell. But what you guys do is up to you. Should do short videos to refer common questions to. Yeah, maybe. Just to like, I do feel like sometimes like the common questions kind of detract from the overall stream. But at the same time, like, we're not doing anything right now, so I don't mind. AMC taking a bigger nosedive. Yeah. What's the market looking like? Market's still coming up. Interesting. MVIS not doing any of the things I wanted to do. Maybe I should get out of this. Yeah, I'm going to close this. Not looking strong. I don't want to lose any more money on that. Hit about my risk limit for those. Oh well. $30 down. What are you going to do? Kevin Huang. I absolutely killed it on those GME options yesterday. I was pretty stoked on that. That was a good day. I probably should have traded more today. There was some opportunities to be had with the market coming back, but whatever. Kind of too tired. Kevin Huang, this is the way. Trading at 158.75 still looks weak. They're really going to try to push us to that max pain, I think. I don't know, Joseph Kwan. That requires like a lot of knowledge that's not available to the public, unfortunately. Option price for November, $800 option. If the stop price goes above 100K, would the option premium be 100 times 100K? So you need to look up the Greeks and how options are priced. Mr. Chaniak. I'd go into it, but it's like the intrinsic value of the option would be $100,000, but the implied volatility on a jump to $800 or $100,000 would be through the roof. So the contract would be probably worth, I don't know. So the implied volatility is going to drop the more in the money you are. So like, that's actually kind of a good question. Yeah, so essentially it'll be worth the underlying. So it'd probably at that point, depending on how fast like the options pricing catches up with the actual value of the stock, like it would probably just be like the intrinsic value at that point. So yeah, 100 times 100,000. Well, it wouldn't be 100,000. It'd be 100,000 minus 800, right? Because that's the strike price. So it'd be for every dollar over 800 would be the intrinsic value. But yeah, I think like theoretically it would just be all intrinsic value at that point. This isn't something that happens every day, but like because if you go over here and look at like super deep in the money calls, like $10, their delta is 1.0. So they're basically just pure intrinsic value. Like the ask is 155.55. So it's actually cheaper than buying 100 shares at market. Right? Sort of. You still lose the cost of the option itself, but like they just basically be pure intrinsic value. Pink and Ashi candles and what to look for. There's actually like a book on like it's called like the art of Japanese candlestick reading that you can check out. Investopedia has like a nice little thing about it. Candlestick reading is like without understanding the other technical indicators, I think is super like inaccurate. You know, like you want supporting like before you dive into candlestick reading, like you want it to be supported by other technical indicators. So I wouldn't start there because reading candlesticks is like reading tea leaves. Like it's like trying to predict the future. Now, if you have like supporting technical analysis for the candlesticks you're looking at, then like because
because you're already expecting a certain price movement, and then you're just using the candlesticks to confirm that. That's going to be a lot more accurate. How do you decide if you should exit your 521 weeklies before the weekend? Well, mine are currently not in the money, so I'm not exiting them. Thank you very much, Secure. Yes, the content feature on this channel is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Actually, after the Dan uprising, I'm leaning more towards, I guess we're like at what, like 500 viewers right now. I'll take it off. It does help me keep on top of the chat though, just so you guys know. Like having that slow mode. But it's off. Go Nets. You guys can talk so much faster now. Like in a room full of 500 people, I feel like you wouldn't want to say something every 30 seconds, more than every 30 seconds. But I don't want anybody to feel restricted. I want you guys to feel like you can speak your mind when the time is right. But just so you know, if we get over like 700 people again, I'm gonna turn it back on, just because like I can't possibly keep up. Which I suppose is what super chats and stuff are for, but I know you guys are all over leveraged on GME. I don't want you to feel like you have to pay me to talk to me. Yeah, Pat Banter, still too short. It could be indicative, but it's like too short for it to be reliable, right? I'm not saying cup and handles can't form on like shorter time frames. They can. They're just not accurate like at all. If VWAP was a person, who would it be? Ian McKellen. Do you track VIX? I mean, I have like VIX ETFs on here that track the VIX. The VIX is way down, so because the market's way up. I only need to look at like one of those three things to know what's going on with the VIX. I told you, like, I think like since the SPY broke that broke that 415 resistance that I was looking at, like I think the SPY could easily retest its all-time high before coming back down. And who knows, with the government pumping like so much money into the market, the SPY could just keep running. I don't know. You can look at like any one of like 15 different things to like know what the VIX is doing. I guess. I mean, I guess I could have it up here for you guys so you guys are more on top of it. God damn you, Mara. Really? Bastard. Man, both of my options plays today just hated me. Not cool. I should have held them longer, I guess, but whatever. 10% loss. It's that kind of discipline that keeps you making money. Lunch on me, bro. Non-advice giving infotainment led to a $200 profit on AMC puts today. Awesome, man. I'm glad you made some money off that. That's super cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm always willing to tell you guys what I see in the market, and what you guys do with that information's up to you, but always glad to hear when someone's up. Speaking of which, what is AMC down to? Oof. Damn. That downtrend. Look at that. Nice, Daniel Rag. The DD by Tig Corp. It's related to the government pumping money. It's on Twitter. Okay. What does cost look like? I don't know. Let's take a look. Sideways. Kind of like us. All the like heavily shorted stocks are gonna usually like look the same sometimes. Depends on the day, but so I have some SPX S 35 call like strike calls. They're down here. I'm down on them right now, but I'm holding them. I'm at least gonna hold them till they're worth more. Because I'm down like 83 and 90% on them. But like these are like hedges, right? These aren't like a profit type position. So like even if I lose the like $170 I spent on them, it's worth it for me to have that like risk hedge, right? And that's why I'm like so far down on those and haven't sold them. Also, like the GME calls, I just expect will go back up. Speaking of which, I actually want to get a couple more of those. Options. 200. GME? Yeah. 200. Nope, wrong week. 200. While our volatility is low. 2, please. Yes, please. Thank you. Very nice. All right. Technically, like if I had a bigger portfolio, owning shares, like buying shares in like SPXS or UVXY when they're down, like when they're really down, is the best time to like buy them, and that way you just kind of have like a permanent hedge. But I just take the leverage positions because I don't have like just absolute tons of capital to do that. I just picked up some 200 strike GME calls for the 21st for next week. You just bought that option so quick and casually. Wait till you guys see me use hotkeys. Like if I go over here to like active trading, you can like set these to like 100 shares, right? And I have hotkeys set up to buy and sell those. So like that's what I do when I'm day trading is I'll buy like 1,000 shares and then like sell them off at intervals as like the chart progresses. But I just have hotkeys set up for that, which is really annoying sometimes because sometimes they accidentally get hit and I end up with 100 shares of something I don't want. At market, I have I can sell at market, I can sell at ask, and I also like all right, I've sell at market, sell at bid. It is kind of like actions per minute. But that's like day. I don't really do day trading on here. It requires like too much focus. So you guys are just gonna see me do like swing trades and stuff for the most part. I hate having all my options down at once. It makes me sad. Same thing on active trader. I pretty much only have set up for hotkeys. I don't really have it. I don't really use it for swing trade. I actually use WeBull for swing trading more often than anything. At least $800 worth of confidence in seeing 200 next week. BW Lions. At least $800 worth of confidence. Because I mean, like, I could, like, if the stock price drops, I'll lose all that money, right? Like, if it drops hard. Hey, Pickle Man, what's up, some dude? Doge going crazy again? Good. I have Doge, so I don't mind if it goes crazy. Again, what I do with my money and the investments I make may be too risky for the general public. So remember to research and make your own financial decisions. And don't just copy mine. Yeah, that's the other thing is, like, when you're trading fast, you can lose as much money as you make just as quickly. I've seen people like empty $100,000 account on one trade in 5 minutes. Kevin Huang, day trading Doge. Interesting. I never thought I'd say that. I never thought I'd say somebody that was day trading Doge, but look at us now. This is the simulation we live in, guys. All right, I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick. Right before power hour starts. Update Reddit, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. All right, cool. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Just hang out, maybe about 3 minutes. All right, I'm back, guys. Are all the Dans going crazy again? You guys calm down. Wow, I just perused Reddit for a minute. It was kind of awful. Yeah. But what are people panicking about? Dude, everyone knew Fidelity sold like a long time ago, if that's what you're talking about. That's not new information. That was like they sold a massive chunk. Yeah. Everyone knew that. That's not like new news. They sold like a shitload of their shares back in January. I think they sold. Like they haven't been listed in any of the like the holdings. They had like 300,000 shares or something, I think, left. Maybe not even. It might have been less than that. Last I looked. I mean, actually, I think like 3 weeks ago, I linked some DD that goes over that and like how Fidelity sold, and they were no longer an institutional holder. Because that's just because like a lot of people in their DDs were referencing Fidelity as a holder when that wasn't the case. Yeah, it's old news. Wait, shares to borrow? So they like borrowed like 300,000 shares or something? That'd be big news. Like 300,000 shares borrowed on this low volume could see some like serious downward price action. Daniel Taylor, wrench love. No, they're talking about like Fidelity's like institutional holdings. Those would be separate, Bart. I mean, based on like the move to from Robinhood to Fidelity, like the number of new accounts opened, I would say Fidelity has like if their holdings for retail far exceed their institutional holdings. 6'3" must have a huge bladder too. I mean, usually I can make it through the whole stream and only go to the bathroom once, but I've been extra hydrated today. I've been working on my hydration. Again, thank you guys so much for liking the channel. And if you haven't subscribed, do that. I have some more DD coming out this weekend. So that way you make sure that you see that when it comes out. And if you guys want to donate to help support the channel, there's a link down below. I think there's also like super chats, which go to that as well. So we're required to do a live reading of the Carl Hagberg AMA. I already did that. I did that for free. I lived through that hour of boredom for you guys. After a full day of streaming, I stayed on an extra hour to watch an Amish man review a boomer or interview a boomer without actually asking him any questions. Palantir is getting thumped by hedgies and day traders at the moment. Well, glad I didn't buy Palantir options. What's your DD about? Which one? I mean, they're all the same in essence, right? Like I do like the forward looking technical analysis for the week, right? And then like in the process of that research and like whatever research I do over the weekend, sometimes I'll get into like more speculative things or like, you know, theories that I have. I don't know. Make me an offer if you want me to read the transcript. That sounds super boring, though. You can still watch my version of it. It's on the stream, like the last hour of the stream from that day. Read the transcript in various accents. Yeah, it was mostly a monologue of things we already knew. It was pretty hard to watch. I want it in whale speech. I don't know if I can't speak whale. Ah, yes, power hour. The hour where nothing happens. You know, honestly, in the stock market, I do sometimes wonder why they call it power hour. Like, most of them are drunk from lunch. Like, all the hedgies are drunk right now. Like 90% of the trading that occurs in the day occurs like right here. Like when they've gotten to work. And then the rest of the day is just, you know, other stuff. Was it a bull flag that formed yesterday into today? No, but that makes sense. Like we're consolidating today, so like what, on the 1 hour maybe? Like this? Yeah, I know. Looks good. Looks like we're waiting for a breakout. You got like anytime you have upward price movement, you have to have consolidation. And on this stock, unfortunately, that consolidation can take a very long time. But yeah, I see it. I think I discussed that in the Reddit write-up this morning, that like we're just consolidating a bit after that breakout of the wedge. Because we broke out of the wedge, guys, just so you know. It looks better on the 4 hour though. Boop. Looks good though. It's like a bullish indicator. It doesn't live up to its name on GME very often, but some stocks move in the later part of the day. GME's had some power hours. Usually a power hour on Friday is more eventful. But the market makers are making so much money off this stock right now because like the IV is high. So this is like what market makers, we're ending at max pain all the time, right? Max pain is like 80% of the time we end the week at max pain, like the last few weeks. No, actually every week we've ended at max pain. So we've ended every one of the last few weeks at max pain, right? And then additionally, the IV, because we've had like price fluctuations throughout the week, the IV is always up. And so this makes the like premiums really high. Like GameStop call premiums are very lucrative. And so all of this is just like market makers making tons of money off the stock moving sideways. Like if I was a market maker, I would never want this to end. This is like the ultimate hustle. Like you have everything. You have high IV and flat movement, which is just like unheard of, right? Like usually if you have high IV, the stock moves like crazy, right? But not with this stock. No, we're flat and our IV's through the roof. Like this is like if I was a market maker, I would try to keep this happening as long as feasibly possible. When did we break out? Would you say it was within 4 hours of your prediction? I would poops the bed. That's what I heard too. We need algos to start buying. It was actually like I said it was gonna break out at like 1:30, and it kind of just broke out at 1:30. Feels good when that happens. Like when you're just that spot on. That's a nice feeling. It takes years to get to that point. But when you are, it's just like. But then at the same time, you also have to learn to completely ignore when you're 100% wrong. Because otherwise you'll like go on tilt, like poker players. Well, short whales are fighting to keep the price down. Long whales are fighting to keep the price up, right? So long whales with call options above like or below 160 strike, right? All these calls, they're like from 160 down are fighting to keep the price up. And then anybody with like puts from 160 strike and down are fighting to keep the, or 160 and up are fighting to keep the price down. Citadel is a market maker. Which money could they be making in theory? I mean, I guess you could add up the options as they come in. You'd have to have like perfect visibility of all options order flow, and even like options data, like options sonar and stuff. Like they'll usually only tell you about big options orders that come in, but essentially you'd have to like add up all the premiums from all the options sold, or all the options that expire out of the money, and then figure out what those premiums were when they were purchased or sold. No, they're buying stock. So what you do is you buy a bunch of options, right? Use like 70% of your capital to buy a bunch of options. And then use that remaining 30% to affect change in the price. Right? So like say you buy a bunch of 150 options, 150 call, and the price is trading at like 149. Then you use the remaining capital to push the price up so your options go in the money. And then you sell your options. Then you sell your stock. That, yeah, but like if they gave us like complete visibility, that could be like seen as like fomenting market participation. So the puts got sold. So there's no open interest on puts because like I told you guys this morning when the price went down, right? I said that they were going to sell their options here. Because that's the point at which the puts are most valuable. Like all the way down to like the 155s would have had like interest, right? Like their IV would be up. So they're going to sell all their puts right there or roll them to next week. And then once that put pressure is relieved, you see the price come back up. But yeah, that was their exit point. That's why I thought the price would come down. Lol at AMC, just tanking. Yeah, because it's garbage. You know what's funny is all the people who dislike my channel over the last 2 weeks are gonna come back and be like, AMC sucked. AMC going to $30, negative $30, maybe Pinker Tongs. Bunch of calls sold when we hit over one. Probably there's probably a lot of calls sold here too. I mean, I don't think that was the best exit point for them, but yeah, there were probably a lot of calls sold there and a lot of puts sold there. Especially like calls that were bought here, right? So like the calls that were bought here were probably sold here. And then if you look at the previous day, like calls that were bought like earlier in the week were probably sold like between here and here. Excuse me. Ugh. So like, I mean, like, I'm sure a lot of you guys used to watch Warden or still do. Back like he used to go over option sonar and kind of try to show you how like the options would affect price performance, and that's kind of what he's showing you guys with option sonar. I just like I don't know. Maybe I've been doing it long enough that I don't need option sonar to see like the entry and exit points or like how it's gonna affect price change. I used to use like an option scanner for a long time, but eventually you just like pick it up. There's no AMC rant, multi blues, no need. Jesus Christ! I just tried to open BlackRock's 13F and it nearly crashed my PC. Yeah, BlackRock hasn't moved out of their position. That's the one everyone's worried about, right? Like, but they have so many holdings. It's unbelievable. So BlackRock, I know like everyone talks them up like they're so great, but they're super evil. So after the 2008 crash, they went out and bought so much real estate on the cheap all over the country. Like all that foreclosed real estate, they bought it all up. Their like real estate holdings are insane. To another one of their companies. I think they moved some shares to a different holder, but yeah, they sold back in January, which actually was probably a lot of the decline. Was Fidelity selling their positions in January? I mean, when you're a hedge fund, like 483 when you're bought in at like $3, like those gains are unreal. Like that's more than enough to make your customers come back to you for years. And if they don't sell there, right, then they have to explain to their investors why they didn't. And that's like a conversation I wouldn't want to have. Yeah, BlackRock's unbelievably huge. Lol, what? I mean, BlackRock, I don't think BlackRock's position in GME is going to change. Not unless there's, because like they didn't sell out in January. They're definitely not selling now, right? If they didn't sell the stock at 480, they're not going to sell it at 160. Also, I'm pretty sure we know that they didn't sell from like when we went from 40 to 350 either. Because yeah, we already have end of March reports. I don't know when they have to recall their shares by. I think there's a date though. I don't. What's there to explain? Explain that pickle, William Graham. GME 160, AMC trading at $12. I'm good. That was a good explanation. Can you explain how AMC isn't mooning? I don't think I need to. The direction the stock is currently moving explains everything that needs to be explained on AMC. Some people in here made money on AMC today, though, right? Like, I made money on AMC yesterday. That's just good trading. Like, you, you Kevin Ross. The Dans have hammered the like into the ground. It looks like the same as Jimmy. Like, I'm not short likes. My likes are liquid right now. I have more likes than viewers. Haha. Good job, guys. I'm glad. I mean, like, yeah, there's money to be made. The stock's super predictable. Like, when it runs, it tests like 14 and then it comes down. Like, you can just like look at the size of the buy wall and determine where the stock is going to turn around at. So at least we're getting some of that market maker money back. Yeah, I did get Dan rated. It's even better. Hmm. Volume? Maybe. Not yet. They're small. I mean, these aren't sell walls. These are just to like break up upward movement. They really don't want us above 162.50. Like, they're gonna fight for that today. Like the way they fought for 180. That'd be cool. I'd love a GameStop announcement. We have previously spoke about how their PR and like investor relations departments are a bit lackluster. Sold at 14.25. Nice, Kenny. I'm glad you were able to get out at like a good price target. And you were one of those people who's like, I'm holding for $50 and 100,000. Jim proves I didn't miss anything. Yeah, everything's cool in here. According to DD, we'll be back to 180 next week. Good. Yeah, we could hit 180. Once, I mean, like, Monday, this pressure to, like, keep the stock uh, trading sideways will be more relieved. 33 calls are about 60, or has the number changed? Garrett and our Peterson. I'm holding AMC for 22. It's realistic. I don't think after the share dilution it is, but maybe it could, like, it's a bit far fetched, but it could hit that number. Yeah, I don't have a bedpan near my desk. That'd be weird. Why would I piss in my own bedroom? Is Ma still relevant? No, we broke out of it. Attack on Levin. We broke out of it to the upside. We're currently in the process of forming a bear flag as we consolidate, and then we could probably break higher. The wedge is done. I mean, I could, like, you can redraw it, but as far as I'm concerned, it's done for now. But I mean, yeah, you can, if we go to the wedge where we broke out, hold on, that's AMC. If we go to the wedge and look at the breakout point on the oh God, the line moved again? This is locked. Why does it move? It's so fucking annoying. So yeah, you can redraw the wedge for like moving forward. But I think that was like the breakout point. Because there's been no fundamental change. Like the only reason that you would hold on. I'm not gonna do it. It's just driving me nuts right now. Okay, so the only reason that you would redraw the wedge is if there was some fundamental change in the underlying, which there hasn't been. And so I don't see any reason to redraw it at this point. But yeah, we broke out of it. Scalped AMC yesterday. It's today enough for 3 shares of Jamie. Awesome, Cardi. So you don't have to miss the squeeze while you pees. I don't, like, if the squeeze happens, I'm not going to miss it while I'm peeing. It's going to take a long time. Yeah, as soon as so here was a good indicator that it was time to, for me, time to get out of AMC. Like, this should be an obvious one. When, like, Market Watch has something good to say about AMC, or like, look at this AMC squeeze, like, that should be your first warning to get the hell out of there. Broke out bullish or bearish? We broke out bullish. Yeah, we broke to the upside. We're currently in the middle of, like, quite a large, well, not large, but like there's like a bull flag formed. So we went up yesterday, consolidating down. It's looking for a breakout to the upside. So, and this was the wedge was like ended here, like the wedge line came down there, like pretty much right at that point. You got it, Kanish. How long is, I mean, with halts and stuff, several days at least. Yeah, I saw something about like AMC squeezing this morning on the news, and I was like, oh god, it's over. Catheter greater than bedpan. Yeah, don't they have those like little bags that you can strap to your legs and pee in those? That sounds like comfortable though. Your leg be all warm. Ugh. So most of my AMC at about 50% gain, but I'm hanging out of one just in case. I mean, like, if GME starts to run and like the options get out of my price range and I see that AMC is gonna run with it, like I'll probably like throw the rest of my money into AMC options. Like whatever like I can't put into GME, I'll throw into AMC options just to like pick up extra cash. See the cup and handle we may be forming over the past week. So cup and handles, like the cup and handle formation, like a true one for it to be, and it's not a so this is, first of all, they're not a super reliable formation anyway. Like they're like 50%, which isn't very good. And then this break to the upside is only like 20 to 30% chance. But these form over 3 to 6 months for them to be reliable. For them to achieve this level of accuracy, which isn't very much. They form over 3 to 6 months. And so, like, not to say that cup and handles don't form. Like, this is a cup and handle right here, which is what you're talking about. But, like, they form, but their reliability is really low. So this might be like 10, 15% chance. And then, so the breakout to the upside on this quote unquote cup and handle is probably like 2 to 3%. This is a bull flag, which has like a chance to break out to the upside of like, I think it's like 61.3%. So this is a more reliable indicator of the two. You got it, man. People heading out. See you guys later. I didn't see who was leaving. Danger Stan. See you, man. Yeah, there is a long-term cup and handle on GME. If you go to the daily, You can see it. It's so the handle is a bit too extended, but this could be because of manipulation, right? So like the handle probably should have had an up chance here, but manipulation may be keeping us down, right? And so if manipulation's preventing that breakout, then that can extend this line further out. But yeah, this has a chance to correct to the upside to like of like 20 to 30% for like, oh, what did I do? 20 to 30% at 1.5 to 3 times market value. So price increase of 1.5 to 3 times if we do break out of that pattern. I mean, it kind of lines up with all our other patterns, so I do lend it a fair bit of accuracy. That's the manipulation ladle, yeah. Yeah, so I know you guys have heard it all before, but I do have to answer them for the newcomers who don't know about the video DDs and Reddit and all those things. Uh, just remember, every ape that learns more can become a greater ape. They can move from monkey to great ape. Is that what we call people who are like interested in stocks but not invested in GME yet? Are those like monkeys or lesser apes? I'm just trying to marginalize us. You're looking for a big what? For big and tall chair. I just received a Go 2223 BKGG yesterday, and it's way more solid than the Staples chair I replaced. Okay, good to know, Pinker Tonks. Who makes that? Is that like manipulatable? That's great. Who is your video, DD? Danathan? The video DD is in the playlist on this channel. Lemurs. Yeah, we'll call them lemurs. I like that. Bunch of lemurs. That's what we should call AMC investors. Or koalas, because koalas have the smoothest brains. Like they have like no surface area in their like prefrontal cortex. Video on TA of common formations. Yeah, I could. I mean, I don't know. I don't do that stuff because I feel like Investopedia has it covered, and I'm just like reiterating their information, and that seems lame. But maybe I should. Maybe you're right. Maybe like if you guys start seeing me do all that stuff, it means that the MOAS isn't happening. Bonobos? Proto apes? Dr. Toboggan? It's a goddamn catapult. Oh boy. AMC investors are koalas and we are Super Saiyans. We're Super Simians. Yeah, they're trying to keep it at 155, ideally. They would like us to link to Andrew Mo Money. Yeah, Andrew, like, I think that's the biggest difference between me and like the other stock guys is I'm just doing this because of Jamie, and they're doing it because they're YouTube stock guys. I prefer cloudy days, John Torres, and thank you for asking me that. I don't like koalas either. I've also read the same Reddit rant that you have. But I didn't like him before that. I just didn't know why until I read that. Thanks, DP. Post-market new potentially setting us up for the stratosphere odds. I mean, as soon as, well, there may be like, we could gap up in post-market. If we're gonna see like improved price action in next week, I could see us gapping up in the post-market. The odds, I mean, 50-50. I don't know what's gonna happen as far as that goes. At least you got sarcasm. Thanks, Matt. Use they for short positions, MMs, HFs, coordinating lower price targets, but realistically, how they can be pretty coordinated depending on the move. They definitely care about like max pain. Like they know where it is. They care about it. I mean, like it's so we're on such low volume. Here's the thing that really makes us advantageous to market makers is our volume is so low, right? That it takes very little price action to adjust the price. Like it doesn't, but they have to be careful, right? Because if they drop the price too low, then bulls come in and FOMO can start. And if they bring it up too high, bulls can come in and FOMO can start. So it's a very delicate like dance to kind of keep the price right in there, but it doesn't take a lot of money or volume to do it because our trading volume's so low. And so like price fluctuations on low volume are greater with less shares traded. So it's impressive what they're doing, but it's frustrating that like the capital to move it isn't coming in on the buy side. Don't you dare quit after this. I need someone ranting so I can hit the couch and nap. I don't know, man. We'll see. That's like, I've never had that amount of, like, the money I project to make on GME squeezing, I've never had in my life. So it's hard to say. Yeah, unfortunately, retail just doesn't like, we don't have the money to influence the price that much. And unlike them, we are very uncoordinated, right? Like we have people who are like, buy the resistance. You have people down here who are like, buy the dip. But there's nothing in between here, right? Like nobody cares about this. And so like that just kind of plays more into what they're doing. I try to be like honest and transparent because I think that's the most important thing for this, like near and long term. Sell wall down. I'm in. Yeah. I am not probably a chill on a yacht kind of guy. I could see like going nuts very quickly. But I can enjoy it for a little bit. Then I'll have to find something. But like if I had that kind of money, like the things I would do to change the world would not be a YouTube channel, right? They're mad because we did a capitalism. It's probably very frustrating for them. I mean, this stock has to be the most annoying thing for market makers and hedge funds ever. Because like there's no we have our only incentive is to make tons of money, right? That's our only incentive. And lowering the price incentivizes us to buy more. So they can't bring the price down to get us to sell out of our positions, and they can't bring the price up because FOMO will kick in and then their positions will get called. Like, they can't bring the price up to like 300 and then everyone, they already tried that, right? They brought it up to 350 to kind of let everyone get out. They were hoping they could catch them all, and they didn't. They failed. And so they realized that doesn't work. Do whistleblowers? I don't think so. And so it must be the most frustrating thing in the world because there's nothing they can do to keep us, like, to get us out of the stock. It's almost just this, like, absolute bull mentality, and it's like they can't beat it. There's no strategy that beats that because that's not like how markets are designed. Yeah, there's no, I mean, there's madness of the crowd, but what the crowd, like the ideal that the crowd is consolidated on, is just something they can't beat. They are cornered and they are running out of defenses rapidly. Furring is getting smaller. Yes. Absolutely, Papa Thanos. I do believe that we are, like, in the countdown. because that defies all, like, economic models, right? Like, I love the stock, like an emotional love and attachment defies the logic of how markets should operate. And so, like, we'll buy the stock at any price. We'll buy it at $10, we'll buy it at $100, we'll buy it at $350, and then when it goes from $350 to $100, we won't sell it. That's nuts. That shouldn't ever work that way. Not in a million years could anybody ever predict that you could have a force of buying power do that. It's just crazy. And yeah, there's no way, they've tried everything at this point to beat it. And now their last shot is boredom, and they're failing at that. Thank you, Secured, for hedging my rants with common sense. This is entertainment and opinion based. These are my opinions. They should not be yours. Make your own opinions. Yeah, clip it. Clip it, share it. Just give credit where it's due, you know. Don't say it's your speech. It's my speech. I do have First Amendment rights. Pinker talks, you bastard. First merger of vote count will be the catalyst. Active Shooter Pro on Mac is such a PS. So supposedly they're updating, like, before end of year. They almost won the boredom fight. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I am glad you're infotained. Why is the vote count expected to be an S tier catalyst? Is there a chance it might not be? I mean, yeah, there's a chance, right? Like, there's always a chance. I think it's minuscule, but there's a chance. Like, yeah, I guess, like, if there's 0 naked shorts on the stock, then the catalyst wouldn't be a... It wouldn't be a catalyst. But I don't think that's the case. Show us the Chewbacca sound. Maybe one day. Maybe right before I sign off during the MOAS. $23K traded for a 6% drop. Hooray. I mean, we're going to look at like the short volume from today. It's going to be above 60%. I almost guarantee it. So if the count comes in 3 times float, does it trigger FOMO? Dude. Like, even at that point, like, even the most corrupt of news organizations have to, like, say something, right? Because they'll look so bad if they don't. RC CEO announcement could be a big catalyst, too. It's a little bit of volume. Look at that. They did, like, a hard short on that first candle, too. This was probably... also, this is also, like... positive volume. They just pushed really hard on it. No, because you don't know when they've left those positions, right? So, like, if a day trader comes in the morning and shorts 5,000 shares and then buys them back, like, you know the short volume, but you don't know when he bought them back. I mean, you can tell kind of by the charts if you know what you're looking for, but like, there's no like surefire way to tell when the position was returned. Is there a name for a tiny candle with massive wicks? Yeah, they're like dojis is what they're called, and they indicate that not like. So the center of the candle, like the wicks indicate the range of the candle. So this one was 159 to 160.11. And then the majority of the volume traded was there in the center where the candle is. And then what that tells us is that like most of the volume was traded to the upside of the length, and that indicates a move upwards. Same with this one. See how the bottom wick is longer than the top, indicating that most of the volume was traded there. That also indicates a move upwards. And then this one that's forming now is currently showing a downtrend, actually. But we'll see how that plays out, because volume may be picking up. Also, like, remember, it's advantageous for like hedge funds and market makers to have quick periods of momentum rather than like long drawn out momentum, right? So on stocks like Apple, you'll see like the stock climb like all day, right? It'll just climb like on a good day. And that's because like most Apple positions are long. Like there's no like short interest in Apple. But on stocks like this where like the short interest is really high, it'll like move and then spike, right? And that's better for them because it gives less time for the counterparty to react. And so it's kind of like a surprise attack. So like up and down, like it's better for those movements to happen quickly than for them to happen over a long period of time. And that's one of the reasons you don't see us like moving around a lot during the day. But we'll have like this one 30-minute interval where the price goes up $10 or down $10. I mean, honestly, like the biggest catalyst would be Ryan Cohen, as because then he just has absolute control over the company. Another, just any CEO announcement would be a catalyst there, because that would make institutions more comfortable coming in and buying the stock. especially if he's like an experienced, well-vetted CEO. But Ryan Cohen would absolutely be a much higher level catalyst than just any other CEO. Unless they found a CEO even more experienced than Ryan Cohen, which those are hard to come by. Like billionaire startup CEOs generally don't want to work anymore if they're retired or if they've stopped. I mean, like, out of DFE's qualified to be the CEO, right? Like, he's like a trader. Like, you'd want somebody with like an MBA. Jeff Bezos, unlikely. Although that'd be hysterical, right? We could just eliminate like Musk, Bezos, and Gates as being the CEOs. It's not going to happen. The chance of them being CEO is like sub 1%. Company will be governed. Twitch plays Pokemon style. What? Yeah, Warden definitely not. He's like he's doing like computer like CS. Godpill absolutely not. Mark Cuban's not going to do it. He's got his own shit. I don't know. What about their wives? What about Gates' wife? I don't think she's works on that end of the executive spectrum. I'm not sure what she did at Microsoft though. Maybe. I highly doubt it. Thanks, Eddie. You have a great week, man. Got 7 minutes to market close. See if we see any like end of day action or anything interesting. Reverse merger. RC Venture buys GameStop. Reverse merger could be huge, but the guy who wrote that DD didn't real. I don't think he understood the mechanics of it fully. He left out a lot of information that makes it more unlikely. Steve Buscemi. I mean, I would love Steve Buscemi to be the CEO, but again, I don't think that's gonna happen. So you're saying, I mean, yeah, there's always a chance, right? That's kind of like what happened to Gateway, actually, is they announced like some new CEO and their stock went up 28,000% in a day. What if it was Adam Aaron? I'd sell my shares tomorrow. She's a general manager. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know her educational background or her like forward experience after she married Bill Gates. AMC can't afford to buy GME. Although I think GME might be able to buy AMC or a big chunk of it. Guy Fieri, a CEO of GameStop. Are you guys just gonna say like obviously way off base predictions? I can't see Gabe doing it. Although I do think that like some sort of combined business interests with Steam would be in the best interest of GameStop. Like they want to move into the digital realm, then Steam could be the place where they could do that. And Gabe never turns down extra money. I'm all about Betty White. The weekend being poor. Yeah, that's all right. Enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasts. Maybe one day when we're all filthy rich, we can do like we'll say things like rich people say, like, you know, money doesn't buy you happiness. Maybe you'll remember sometime when you were poor and you were happier than you are at that moment. However unlikely, maybe. So enjoy your weekend. Enjoy being poor while you can. Yeah, because one day you're gonna have rich people problems. You're gonna have to go over to Ken's house and be like, Ken, why are you shorting Dave and Buster's with my money? Or he's gonna be like, oh, well, see here. Yeah, or just like, do more research into what you're gonna do when you're rich. Yeah, Elliot waves for CEO. The fight for 160. It's real because like options are printing at 160. Classic Nicolas Cage film. Drive Angry. Run to Kenny. Words won't be exchanged. I'd talk to him. I'd be like, why did you do this? It was so dumb. And thank you for making me rich. Is that your wife? Is she single? Buy a bunch of duplexes near each other and hook up helium hotspots on all the roofs. No, it doesn't, Garrett. I'm gonna give you guys some. I'm gonna sign off with some ASMR today, I think. Oh God, people with the order book. There, we're at the top of the order book. No Chewbacca for the weekend. Chetty Flow. Yes. 1 minute and 30 seconds to close, guys. ASMR is only for stocks above 160. I like that. But I have to do it for the fans. It's so important for them. Cardi wants her Jimmy's rustled. Can I scroll? I'm gonna scroll the order book one last time for you guys. Look at all these weekend sell orders for $30,000. What's happening? I don't know. Do they expect to sell at that price? This is all the action for the day right now, guys. Push. Oh, we're so close. Can we do it? Can we close on a... and we failed. Close, though. Pretty close. Well, that could update. That could actually update in like the next 5 minutes. But, ding, ding. The market is closed. Thank you all for joining me here at Pickle Financial. This is your host, Gherkinit, signing off. And I'll see you all bright and early Monday morning at 9 a.m. If you haven't dropped a like or a subscribe, please do so now. And if you'd like to help support the channel, you can donate at our coffee link down below. Expect some weekend DD to come out either tomorrow or Sunday night. And see you bright and early. Bye-bye.